minutes. Okay, I came to party.
Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up.
Feels fishy to feel, I don't know, it just feels squishy. Okay.
Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Happy Monday. Thank you, Marcy, for your super sticker. And thank you, Lindsay, for the super sticker. And thank you, Sophia, for 5 memberships right off the rip this Monday morning. Let's see who got them. AZ, D-Row, Drew, Thing1, and Heather Cameron. Welcome to the Truth Seekers. It's good to see you guys. It's feeling a little squishy this morning. I'm feeling a little squishy. Hello, Molly. Hey, Sparks. Hey, Marcy. Hey, Jen. Janice, Hexy, Sin, Glass, Contractor One. Oh, my gosh. Leo, so many of you. Flobo. Jeannie, good to see you guys. Squish, Squash, Applesauce. Penny Farthing in the house. Thank you, guys. Thanks for being here. If you guys could hit the like button. Hey, Jacosted, good to see you. Lisa Discovers. Belinda Buckner, Ark. Nick Stan is in the house. Shortcake. There's so many of you. Keezy, I want to say hi to everybody. I'm so happy to see you guys on this Monday. Shotgun, what's up? Thank you for the jewels, and thank you in advance for all the jewels. You'll see them pop up on my screen. You may not see them in the chat, but you will see them above my head. What's up, Daff? You know, it's funny you bring up Roberta. So we've got a full show today. We're going to be talking a little bit about Nancy Guthrie. We're going to be talking about Alex Murdaugh. We're going to be talking about Lynette Hooker. But I have like a little segment I'm going to need audience participation, if you will. I found this wild true crime museum in New York City, and I'm just going to present it to you guys, and I want to get your opinions on what you think of it. So that's going to be like our palate cleanser today. It is Lisa. Thank you so much. Carrie, good to see you. Mama Bear is here. I missed you guys yesterday as well. I did. I watched the Interview Room last night. Hey, Dental. I got caught up watching the Interview Room. I was going to go live, but I got up watching stuff. You did the 12-hour live fundraiser with Turtle Boy, did you? Dude, I saw him share that on X, and I was like, oh my God. It's costing like $500,000 for what he's going through. Thank you, Stephanie Garrett. Look at the turtle. You guys, I had an actual cooter at my house yesterday. Do you guys want to see really quick before we get into the show? So in Florida, we have these turtles called cooters. They're called Florida cooters. I literally had a Florida cooter yesterday at my house. Let me show you. Look. See it? It was a big one. So I took a picture of it and I asked what it was in ChatGPT and they said, look at this. Look what they told me. They said, definitely a cooter. Look. It told me it's definitely a cooter. I was like, oh my God. Yeah, it was pretty cool, man. You want to see another picture of it? I took more. This one's actually a pretty cool pic. You can really see its head. Look. It's our mascot. See her face? She might have been nesting. Hey, Ryan. Isn't that crazy? Here, I got another one too. I was so amazed while I was sitting on the patio just chilling, and I heard this noise behind me, and I'm like, what's that noise? And I turned and looked, and in the mulch, something moved. And I was like, what is that? So then I looked and I was like, ChatGPT knows a cooter when it sees it. Here's another one though, you guys. Here. Pretty cool, huh? I had to share that with you guys. If you know, you know. My second channel is called Cooterville. Did you tell it to come on in and close its legs? I did. I said, come on in. My husband's like, we got to keep it because Cooterville. I'm like, no. So we took it back down to the pond. There's a pond, but we had like a torrential downpour yesterday. So I'm thinking maybe, sin. Does Georgia Dog know you're showing us your cooter? Hey, Linda Kramer. Hey, Holly. Hey, Mary J. Blige. Jay's showing her cooter on a live. Yeah, I thought that was pretty funny. So anyway, I hope you guys had a good weekend, but we're going to get to this serial killer museum in the middle of this live, and I'm dying to know what you guys think. Cuz quite frankly, we all thought that CrimeCon was crazy. This has nothing on crime no. This is something in its own realm. This is nothing like CrimeCon. I've never seen anything like it. So it'll be interesting. I'll show you guys what it is, what it looks like inside, what they do, and I'm going to get your opinions on it. Danish Girl says Florida wildlife with Jay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, guess what? We have another friend of the channel that was on her way to taking her kid to school this morning and sent me this. Check this out. Let me pause it so I can show you. He's alive. You can hear them in the video. Okay. So I don't know if you'll be able to see it real well in this, but she was driving her kid to school. Check this out. Hang on. Let me make my camera bigger so you guys can see my phone. I hate that I don't have a marker anymore. Hold on. Oh, much better. Okay. It's an alligator, y'all. Look. Poor guy. I hope he made it across the road. Okay, here, look at this one. This one's crazy. Look. Can you guys see him? Florida wildlife with Jay is no kidding. Oh.
Ski, Utah.
Yeah, they're really called curdle. That didn't sound good with cooter. We don't want no curdle. We don't want no curdle. We just want a turtle cooter. Okay, we're getting into the damn show now. I got some
diarrhea
So I think we're safe to just get started. Okay, so the first thing we're going to go over is, I know you guys are probably wondering, like, why the fuck do we care what Khloé Kardashian thinks of Nancy Guthrie? Well, I think because it kind of shows where this case is, right? Like, when do we have, I get that Savannah's a celebrity and shit, but when do we ever have, like, celebrities coming out going, ugh, like, what the fuck's going on with this case? Hey, real Angie B. Janice, stop. Hey, Evelyn, good morning. Yeah, that's a big gator. So I think it's kind of crazy that is who cares, you know, what Khloé thinks. It's the fact that she even is talking about this on her podcast. Oh, you want to see my cooter real quick, Angie B? I had a real Florida cooter at my house yesterday. Here. And the crazy thing is that they're covered in moss for camouflage. They get covered in moss. And Georgia Dog was trying to wash it off. But yeah, it went back to the pond. But it's a Florida cooter. And look what it said, Angie B. And it says in ChatGPT, look at the shell shape from this angle. Definitely a cooter. See? Definitely a cooter. Zelda, welcome to the Truth Seekers. Thank you for joining today on your own accord.
Thank you for your support.
Okay, guys, let's get into it. We're going to pull up Khloé Kardashian. And this girl's name is Jennifer. Wait, no, not Jennifer Flowers. That's what I keep thinking of. Ashley Flowers. Okay, I'm thinking of Jennifer. Do you guys remember Jennifer Flowers? Who is she? Didn't she have an affair with, like, a president? Hang on. It's going to bother me. Jennifer Flowers. Yeah, Jennifer Flowers. She was a journalist? What'd she do? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. She screwed Bill Clinton. That's right. Jay, someone from News Nation is here at work. Really, Daff? For what? News Nation, holla. Yeah, she's crime junkie. I never heard of her, but I kept thinking of Jennifer Flowers. Jesus Christ. So, yeah, she's pretty big. I've never heard of her. I don't know who Ashley Flowers is, but she was on Khloé Kardashian's podcast, a camouflage scooter. Yeah, it's pretty wild, right? So let's hear what Khloé had to say about Nancy Guthrie. Here we go. Let's roll it. Let me make sure I'm on normal speed. I am. This is Ashley. Sorry.
Okay. So there wasn't one case that like turned you on to true crime. It was just, was it more that so many things couldn't be solved? Nancy Guthrie. I mean, is that not
What do you
heartbreaking?
think?
I don't know. I'm just like, this is 2026. There is nothing like we don't, it's
I can't
mind-blowing.
even believe that. But I'm also like very conspiratorial. So like,
Me too. I don't know if I know enough
Jerry.
about this case, but like all the things I was reading about the brother-in-law and that kind of stuff, I'm like, oof.
we did a
Oh, no. It sounds to me like Chloe's been watching Ashley Banfield. Whoa.
Too. I don't know if I know enough about this case, but like all the things I was reading about the brother-in-law and that kind of stuff, I'm like, oof.
we did a
She said, oof. Oh, man. Even Khloé Kardashian's talking about tomato. Crime Junkie was your first true crime podcast. Oh, okay. So she started with like the audio only stuff. I don't know who they are. You know who I first found was those two girls murder. And they like be funny about murders. Hey, Hilson. Hey, Stormy. What do you guys think, though, that she's even talking about tomato? She's like, oof. Okay, anyways.
I was reading about the brother-in-law and that kind of stuff. I'm like, Oof.
We did a whole like episode in our fan club where I was like, you guys, there's like weird stuff happening in the background.
The ransom notes going to all the media outlets
TMZ,
first.
I know.
How weird was that?
I know.
It's so much. And I can't understand that in 2026, there's not, like you said, that's what I don't believe that there's not one piece of information. They're not telling
They're
us.
not telling us,
Yeah.
which is like so common with law enforcement, right? As we work with so many families, like we're not just telling these stories. We're working with law enforcement. We're working with families.
Who is this girl? She's working with families. But yeah, I mean, what? 4th of July? A juice company? Pretty cool. Well, News Nation has bought a lot of affiliates. Holly says, I suspected A&T before any of them were named and that it was a hit. I don't know why. I thought Interview Room was kind of boring last night, too. And you want to know why? It's because those 2 FBI profilers on there were not going to implicate Tomato. They just weren't. And yes, I said Tomato. Stephanie Garrett says it's unbelievable they have fudged this case so badly. It's so weird.
And it is wild how they like are going through the most like traumatic experience of their life. There's no resolution. There's this person who they love who's out there in the world missing or murdered. And they're expected to just like, you have to pay the bills. You have a contract. You have to go back to work. And the world just like keeps moving, even though yours has like completely stopped. And it's so odd.
Yeah, but Savannah doesn't have to do any of that stuff. Like most normal people who are victims of crime have to go back to work because they have to pay their bills. Savannah Guthrie is not in a position where she has to fucking work.
It's also how people feel like the anger towards the world when someone passes away close to them. And it's the acknowledgement that they're like, oh, the world just still, everything still goes on. I'm like, it does. It sucks.
Yeah.
But yeah,
if
the
it
more
looks like a duck
the
and walks like a
strangest
duck
feeling.
and quacks like a
Speaking
duck,
of
it is
that you
a
are
duck.
gravitating more towards cold cases.
Yeah.
You've actually yourself solved over 20 cold cases.
Not because I'm like out there boots on the ground, but our nonprofit has. So
Okay, so really that's all they said about it. Sophia says, well, we know Khloé won't be invited on Wordle. Right? Well, this is being reported on. I know it wasn't much. Outer Banks, you didn't, yeah. They were not gonna implicate him. They were like, we can't. Those, that's hard on the family, blah, blah, blah. One of the investigators thinks the perp is very meticulous. I don't know. It was a very strange show to me last night. It was not the typical show that we're used to from the Interview Room. But I do think that it's noteworthy that Khloé is talking about Tommaso. Literally, because a lot of people are reporting on this, whether you care about her or not. She is a voice in pop culture, and people are listening for whatever reason. So we had yesterday, just another quick update for Nancy Guthrie. We had like a memorial of sorts. I don't know if you guys saw that or not, but they did. They had a memorial of sorts for Nancy at the signing, the big sign. Chris McDonough isn't shy to talk about Tommaso, right? But last night was weird, wasn't it? It was like, I don't know. There was a point in the beginning when they were like basically alluding to the fact that they didn't want to speculate too much because we don't know anything. Hey, Julie. And I saw Karen look at Chris when they said something like, let me find the part. Just give me 1 second. Because it's important to talk about, I guess, because we all kind of noticed it was different. So let me just go ahead and pull it up for a second. I was really excited to hear these guys, but it's like, in all reality, they're not gonna say anything that could potentially get them sued. But let me see. I think Chris will probably do his shows again with his talking about his theories, but he didn't push the issue. But a lot of people in the chat were like, well, I hope that Chris is taking your advice, Dean, because what Dean said was pretty interesting. Hold on. All right, let's just start here and see what's going on.
And
also a pathologist.
And pathologist, yeah. I mean, he's
Coroner, not a pathologist.
Oh, coroner. Okay.
They really shot the shit for a while. Hold on.
Sworn officers. I think I'd have to go back and check for sure, but I said somewhere in the neighborhood of 35 to 36 experts have come in. Now they're not all sitting there at one time. But
yeah, they haven't even done. They're not even done with their accolades yet. Hold on.
And so, as you consider these different activities and options, and the way in which it was done and where it was done,
wait. It's when they started bringing up the timeline in the. Here we go. When they bring this up, listen to this part.
You made a very interesting observation. It's the first time anybody's going to hear this. There's almost 12,000 people here now.
Okay. Did you see Greg take a really deep sigh? Okay, so he's really pumping this up. He's like, this is the first time you're going to hear it. Pines, hey.
Observation. It's the first time anybody's going to hear this.
Pines, thanks for the battery pack. I love you, girl.
There's almost 12,000 people here now. And so you're going to hear it from, I don't know, Greg. You know, they say that Gary has a 10-pound brain. I think Greg's a 50-pounder. You know.
Yeah, it's mostly fat.
Yeah.
Let's put that slide up.
Okay, so here, let's go to the porch guy and tell me what. Now, this is the short clip, and then I'll go to the longer clip. Greg.
Just play it on a loop so people can watch it.
I don't think I can put it on a loop, but I'll try it.
I think you can.
All right. So you've seen this a couple of times, Greg, and I want to point out a couple of things here real fast. Just notice the shadow. So I talked to an astronomer who said that it was a full moon that night.
He talked to an astronomer. Okay, hold on. We got to go forward a little bit. Okay, here we go.
But going back to this, he's not all about.
He's not up that other one. Hang on for a minute. I'm having
He's not all about business.
He had a boomer moment.
It's not playing, so I'm gonna have to reload the video. But keep talking while I do that.
Okay.
He had a boomer.
So
moment.
there's a lot of questions that he may have that he's not answered yet, and anybody that is all about business has already answered these questions before they
Don't
take
be nasty
take action on it,
sometimes.
particularly if they want to be successful. So this is not what you'd call someone with a great deal of experience. Most likely not somebody that has committed a similar type of a crime at this level particularly. I'm not saying he hasn't committed crimes. Most likely he has committed crimes. But as it relates to this,
rescue.
he seems to be quite relaxed and nonchalant. He's not necessarily focused and directed, mission directed. He's working by almost the seat of his pants to see what is here in this porch area that I need to be concerned about. Is there anything here? Those are the kinds of things that strike me in terms of what his thought process.
Okay, this made no sense to me because we have January 11th and then we have the January 31st or February 1st, whatever video, right? My favorite murder. That was it. Tammy Clips. Thank you.
Says it.
Okay, hang on. I'm uploading the other video real fast, Greg. Sorry.
Okay, Greg, while you're doing that, let's talk about how he was dressed.
Uh-huh.
Here you go.
So that to me was the thing that struck me the most. This guy is, in my opinion, is fastidious about how he dresses, how he looks. Anybody that knows him is going to know that he habitually is concerned about what he looks like and how he presents himself.
He's concerned with how he presents himself. See, I thought that this profiler was going to be like, okay, based on the crime, this is what the guy would do for a living. Most likely, you know, he would be da-da-da-da-da, like how they give you like a synopsis of what type of person this would be. But, yeah. Linda?
Notice that those clothes fit well. They're not baggy. He's not unkempt.
Okay, so we know he's not a homeless man, right? He's not unkept.
From the top to the bottom. So now here he is. He's trying to cover. Let's see, just in case he's wondering, just in case it's taking a film of me, I'm going to cover this thing up just in case. Now, just the fact that is there, that camera is there, and then he turns around. He turns away from it, and he goes back out. He's looking around to pick something up to come back now and conceal the visual apparatus of that camera. A guy that's all about business, in my opinion, is going to go directly to that camera and it's gone. He will
This is
remove
the
it
interview room.
right now. Take no chances because he's being filmed the whole time. This whole time he's being filmed. Now, had he taken that thing off to begin with, he wouldn't have to be worried about any of this and being captured on the film.
So what about his style here that struck out?
I mean, in terms of the clothing?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think he is stylish. He's concerned about what he looks like typically in his day-to-day activities, up to and including how he manicures himself. So if you take a look at that schema, all these clothes fit decently. Like I said, they're not shoddy, they're not unkempt. He's comfortable in them. He's laid them out. He's identified what he's going to wear in this instance before he goes. He knows what he's going to wear. This wasn't haphazard, but it's because it's part of his personality. He didn't go down to the Goodwill to get these clothes, and wherever he purchased them from. And some have suggested that maybe it came from Kmart or something similar to some of the clothes.
Hello, Ms. Kresha. Yeah, this is the interview room from last night. They had it says FBI's top profiler speaks out. In this powerful interview, Chris McDonough sits down with Greg Cooper, Cold Case Foundation Executive Director and former FBI Behavioral Science Unit Chief, and Cold Case Foundation Deputy Director Dean Jackson. He said he did, Shank. He totally said Kmart. What's up, Vibrator? Good to see you. I hope you had a good weekend, Vibrator. Vibe. I love you, Vibe.
He didn't go down to the Goodwill to get these clothes, and wherever he purchased them from. And some have suggested that maybe it came from Kmart or something similar to some of the clothes that Kmart.
Walmart.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Walmart. He found something there, if that's where it was purchased, that appeals to him. The style appeals to him. It's not some raggedy face mask or ski mask. It fits well.
No, he just went to Walmart and bought the cheapest shit. Like maybe he got blue light special in aisle 2. Blue light special in aisle 2.
Well, his clothing fits well, and it's stylish. If you get closer now and start to look at the facial aspects, take a look at the face mask, the texture of the material. Again, if he spent a few dollars on this thing, and the way in which the eyes highlight his own eyes, you can see how well manicured his eyebrows are. You can also, it looks like he's either got dark eyelashes or there may be some eyeliner. If you look at his mouth, he's got a very well manicured mustache. You notice that the hair doesn't creep down into his lip. It's cut above the lip. And to me, this guy's very fastidious about how he looks, as much as anything else. It's all about style. It's about the way he conducts himself. And those are the things that.
Yeah, Pines, forget Kmart. Go get merch from J4J. We're gonna have new merch rolling out this week, y'all. This week.
You can see how his well manicured eyebrows, his eyelashes, and that face mask is not just some shoddy little face mask that he picks up. He takes time to identify the one that he likes, one that has a style that he's comfortable with, and it fits his image, and that he's comfortable with.
What about the gun that he's got?
Yeah, that's really interesting. My impression of that is there's not a lot of concentration. There's not a lot of style and image about that gun in terms of coming across like a gangster of some sort.
What? A gangster?
That gun in terms of coming across like a gangster of some sort. Now, I'm no expert as it related to.
Wait, what? He said a gangster of sort. I'm no expert.
Gang members.
I'm no expert. Oh, thank you, Nick. Oh, is that what you sent me, Nick? You were disgusted at that? Hey, Auntie Cheryl. Yeah, the mods had a sneak peek at the new merch. It's awesome. You guys are going to love it.
It's not my area of specialization. And maybe there's something significant about that for the area and some of the gang members out there in the area, unbeknownst to myself. But he's more concerned about how he's dressed than he is what he's doing with that weapon. That weapon is not what I would characterize as threatening. It doesn't highlight a great deal of power and domination and control. The way.
Well, I'll tell you what, if this motherfucker walked up to my door at 2 a.m, I would be threatened by that fucking gun, would you? The juice. I got timestamps. Nick sent me shit.
In which he's carrying it in his crotch, right in front. He's not trying to hide it. It's there, but I don't think it's very effective. I don't think that, unlike the rest of his clothing, that image of power, domination, control that somebody wants to exude by even carrying a weapon, what they would do with that weapon. Are they familiar with the weapon? Can they use it? Do they know how to use it? Have they used it before? He doesn't strike me as somebody that's very versatile in that aspect.
Do you think it's just part of his costume?
I do.
Dean, what do you think?
Yeah, it strikes me as it's almost like an afterthought. Like he got ready to go up. Every time I see this video, and I know it's easy for us to get pulled into the totality of all of this stuff we know. But when I was watching it a few times, I thought, if we didn't know that if we didn't know that she was missing, if we didn't have that narrative, and if we didn't know anything about the kidnapping ransom note that was sent to the media, let's just assume this pops up, and let's even say that it pops up on 1, 2, or 3 different homes.
Hold on a second. Nick, is it the one that ended 7 hours ago? It ended early this morning? Is that the one I'm supposed to be looking at?
I don't think we would look at this, to Greg's point, as somebody who's per se a big danger to somebody. This looks more like somebody who's kind of wandering the neighborhood. He's got tennis, it looks like he's got either tennis shoes or hiking type shoes on. He's got a backpack. We don't know what's in the backpack. But if you were out kind of meandering the area, I think what brings this thing to a whole new level for us is we have these other issues that we think are all interconnected. And they may be. It may be that this is a targeted thing and he came in there, but without more detail from the victimology and the information we have at the scene, just looking at him as a person, to Greg's point, he doesn't look to be some guy who's come there ready to take care of business. If the weapon was a big deal, he's going to have it more something down there on the side or have it tucked in somewhere. If it's a threat, that's probably the least threatening way to carry the gun. I mean, it's just,
See, and I agree with Clad Queen. It's the most terrifying perp I've ever seen. This is the most terrifying video I've ever seen released in a true crime case since I've been covering true crime. The only other guy that was just as creepy was the guy who wore the mask and he, I think he shot like a Congress people or senators or something. Do you guys remember that? He was wearing a really creepy mask. But that's really the only one that I've seen.
The other thought I had is now I have seen some guys, out hunting or whatever, if they're driving, sometimes guys will slide it around and put it so it's not poking into the side of them or whatever. But usually they'll slide it back around. So the fact that, however it got in that position doesn't seem to bother him. I think a lot of guys that carry weapons, especially if they're holstering it, would have it in a different position than that.
It's not what I call a safe location.
I just don't think these are eyebrows right here. I just don't. Do you guys? Difficult research you did.
No.
Weapon. I don't see this guy as a strong, masculine hunter, outdoorsman type of an individual. This guy's more about style and concerned about how he looks.
That's an
This guy's more about style and concern with how he looks. I disagree. Thank you, Flannel. I disagree with that. I don't know what's up with these eyes. They still creep me out. There's still something weird about the eyes. I don't know, guys.
interesting take on this that nobody has brought into the conversation. What were you going to say, Karen?
Well, I was going to say, Greg, what's your take? We see this guy, porch guy, standing on the doormat that is, to our knowledge, still there. The public, do you think the public has a right to be outraged that either Pima County Sheriff's Department and or the FBI, nobody has seemed to pull that mat and take it in for DNA evidence? What do you think of that?
I think that's an excellent point you make, Karen. I'm surprised that it is still there.
And it's blowing people's minds that it was still there days and weeks after.
Yeah.
Now, we don't know if they, tested it for DNA and just left it there, but I mean, his shoes are standing on that mat.
Yeah.
And the public wants to know why that mat was not taken for DNA evidence.
Yeah. And just as a matter of crime scene investigation, all that should have been removed. And the only time it would be returned, if they'd taken it and returned, it would be after the fact, after the case was completed. So that, I would expect that type of thing and anything else that's removable around there that may, by transference, have any evidence on it, would have been removed for testing purposes and safekeeping, not to be contaminated.
Sorry.
Further contaminated.
And now, also, when Kash Patel when the FBI director released these photographs and this video on Twitter, he also released this picture. And, there's some thought that this is a second night, or, we don't know if it's before. Obviously, if it is a second night, it has to be before. Because if you look at taking in the moon consideration and all of that, it's obviously much darker behind this guy. And obviously it doesn't appear that he has, the gun
or the backpack
and it doesn't appear he has a backpack, but it looks like he's pretty much got the same costume on. Thoughts on that? Yeah. It's not as clear to identify whether or not the face mask is exactly the same, but it does. It looks very similar. The fact that the weapon and the backpack are missing suggests the possibility that he's just checking things out. He's on practice duty, so to speak. He's checking it out.
But what gets me is that if they have video on the 31st, could they not get video from January 11th? We just have a still image. There's no more footage that they could, whatever they called it, scrub
out. But he doesn't, for doing so, he doesn't seem to be, when he does come back, as we know when he was that night or that early morning, he's still looking around. So he's doing this, if it's done before, just to get a feel for what it's like. And during that process of the fantasizing and going about it and the steps that they go through before they live it out in reality, it could be just practice and not very serious practice.
Yeah, it's wild. You get bad actors.
I was just going to say, I think it also points to the fact that let's say that is the case, that he comes in there day or days before and does this. He's not very observant. He's not paying much attention to anything, because when he comes on the porch that next night, to Greg's earlier point, that the fact that the video camera is there and where it's located. I mean, this isn't like this thing's hidden somewhere. It's right there on the side of the door. So he got to that point before, was he just kind of casing the house from a distance? Because this looks like somebody who's walking up there and doesn't really, either that or he knows it's there and he looks.
No, dude, they're totally wrong, because if you look at him walk up, remember how dark it is there? Well, they're saying it was a full moon this night, okay? But when you see him walk up and you watch right here, he flicks on that light so that he can see, thank you, baby girl, for your jewels, so he can see the step up right here. Watch his mouth.
Was he just kind of casing?
Hold on, let's go back a little bit more.
I mean, this isn't like this thing's hidden somewhere. It's right there on the side of the door. So he got to that point before, was he just kind of casing the house from a distance? Because this looks like somebody
keep pausing it,
who's walking up there and doesn't.
Right there. You see it right there.
Casing the house from a distance, because this looks like somebody who's walking.
Right here. You see the light come on, and it's pointed towards the step. Hey, Crimes. So does this guy know there's a step, or is he looking to anticipate a step that he knows is there? I wonder.
Walking up there and doesn't really house from a distance, because this looks like somebody who's walking up there and doesn't really, somebody who's walking up.
I'm gonna have to slow it down. I know we've talked about this a billion times, but it still doesn't escape me that he may be familiar with Nancy's house.
This looks like somebody who's walking.
And he does it from way back here, because he's still stepping out of her landscaping onto the sidewalk, and he's like, clicks on that light. Oh, is this new glass? This is filed yesterday? Oh, thank you so much. Oh, shit. Alex Murdaugh, we're going to get into this in a little bit here, but Alex Murdaugh is actually suing Becky Hill. Did you guys know that? Not only, thank you, Crimes, not only did his convictions get turned over, but now he's suing Becky Hill, the court clerk. The court clerk. He is. It's a civil case. Becky Hill, former clerk of court for Colton County, South Carolina, for the deliberate and egregious deprivation of plaintiff's constitutional right to a fair trial before an impartial jury. Yeah, we'll go over that when we get to the Murdaugh. That's next, actually. That's next. Oh, shit. This shit's getting wild. Anyways, so she is a fucking problem. And how many other Beckys are out there? You know what I mean? How many other Beckys are out there putting thoughts in jurors' heads? Thank you, Glass. Coming in hot. All right. So anyways, there's the light. He looks like he's flashing it on the step to me.
Walking up there and
Cause see how he turns it off?
like somebody
Watch.
who's walking up there and
Sees the step. He's like, all right, I can gauge, where the step is.
doesn't really.
And he knows right where it's at. He doesn't need to turn it on again. He turned it on way back there. Way back here. It's someone who knew there was a step there. Someone who's familiar with that house. And I will not back down from that. That is what I think. That is definitely what I think.
Who's walking up there and doesn't really,
either that or he knows it's there and he's going off to the side. He's trying to decide whether or not it's on. That's possible.
Yeah, he's going around to the side because he's trying to avoid it. He knew the step was there like clockwork. I agree.
Possibility, but to Greg's earlier point, I think if he really knew that was there and it was going to be a problem, he would have come up there and probably even rushed it, come flying in there and just taken that thing out so it's gone.
Which would have shown a level of sophistication.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So is it fair to say, and would it be accurate to say, in your opinions, this guy's level of sophistication fits where? On a scale of 1 to 10.
Let's listen to this part.
10 being the highest.
Probably 3, 4.
Okay. And so, which leads into a very interesting thought here about the style of this guy then. So Greg, talk about, the pre-incident behavior that you would expect somebody to be looking for that would maybe, plug into this kind of personality.
3 to 5. I'm going to change the number 3 to 5.
There's a bowling score, by the way. A bowling score.
Are we taking bets? So pre-offense behavior typically has to do with discussions with people that they know about grievances that they may have, or just the interest of understanding about who Nancy is, who she's connected to, why she might be a good target.
But why Nancy? Why Nancy? I watched that this morning, CH. Thank you. We've got a lot going on in the true crime world. I appreciate all the updates. Miss Southpaw says, my ex-husband held that same position for almost 30 years with our circuit court. I'm wondering if little Mrs. Becky did what she did intentionally. Any layperson would have known to zip their lips. Of course she did. Of course she did.
There would be some research, if you will, about the house. See, my sense is he's familiar with this house. He's been there before. And most likely,
I agree with that.
A legitimate capacity, or he knows somebody who has been there before.
Yes, he's been there in some legitimate capacity. That I completely agree with. And I think, bing bong, that's what I just got done saying. But you know what's interesting is the only people who have really been there are Nancy's friends. And we know that a few days before she went missing, her friend actually dropped off a birthday gift at her door. So could Nancy have, and her friend probably would have noticed the blood, right? Could Nancy have actually had a fall or something when she went to get her friend's present. I don't know. We got a cooter chat from White Lotus, though.
No one has been at Annie and Tommaso's in like 2 weeks. Confirmed by neighbor.
Oh, really? She said that no one has been at Annie and Tommaso's in 2 weeks. Confirmed by a neighbor. Interesting. I wonder where they are. I am perfectly fine. Are you, Lawnmower? Welcome in. Make sure you guys hit the like button, guys.
Before, I would think that the suspect in this case, or suspects, is going to be within the first 1 to 3 level tier associations. It's either a direct association to Nancy, or it's going to be indirect association to Nancy. If people.
Oh, and what I was going to say is it's interesting that his bandmate, the only other people besides the family, that's what I was going to say, that in the friends of Nancy that have been there, we heard from the bandmate when he talked to the New York Post, he said he had been there for an Easter egg hunt. Welcome in, AJ Life Jacket. It's good to see you. I think it is too, Linda. And the thing is, oh yeah, there's no blood in the video. That's right. Thank you for reminding me of that. I just thought it was really weird that he had been there for an Easter egg hunt. So if you're hiding Easter eggs, whether inside or outside, you're going to be in the nooks and crannies of the outside of that house. Possibly behind it. You'd be in the courtyard area. I mean, I don't know how old these kids were that were doing an Easter egg hunt, because the bandmate brought his kids over to Nancy's for an Easter egg hunt. So if you're helping your kids find Easter eggs, you would be familiar with the grounds. Another thing I find interesting about the bandmate is that he said the night that we thought his house was getting, not his house, the night that we thought a house in Marana was being raided, that he told the New York Times that he had to leave, that there were people outside his house with signs. And he said when he heard his house was going to be raided, he left. And we talked about that. We talked about the fact that he said he left. And it's like, if I heard that my friend's mother-in-law was missing and they were going to raid my house, I wouldn't leave. I would be like, I'll talk to you. You don't have to raid my house. So why would he take off? And he told, I mean, those are his words. He said, when I heard my house was going to be raided, I left. He's had his whole record expunged. I don't know. It's something that just I haven't forgotten about. The Easter egg hunt bothered me. It's like, I've only been to her house for an Easter egg hunt. And I just thought, wow, that's somewhere where you'd be all around that property and you'd be pretty familiar with the ins and outs. Maybe there were people that had roles, for sure. I don't think it's one person. I think there's 3 people that know. I think there's 3. But you could make it look like the gardener. Yeah, the gardener? I don't know. You know what's weird is that they said that they did DNA tests on the gardener early on, but what are they comparing it to? How weird that 2 immigrants are in a band with an immigration lawyer. Well, he's a federal defender. Yeah. And then you got the Derek Kalila over here in California calling Annie and Tommaso for 9 seconds. First he texted, "Did you get the Bitcoin? We're waiting on our end." And then we have a 9-second phone call. We don't know what was said. But I'm going to set my timer for 9 seconds. Let's think about how much can be said in 9 seconds between Derek Kalila in Annie and Tommaso. Here we go. Right now, I'm going to start 9 seconds. That's 9 seconds. You could relay a message in 9 seconds. Oh, I would be at my house. If they were raiding my house with a warrant, I would not run away. I would be standing there. That's wild. Evelyn says, I don't think Nancy went in through the garage. I think she used the back patio door. She would avoid that step in the garage. If so, T lied. You know, I thought that too. But then what about the fact that she drives and she parks in the garage? She probably walked up that step if she was driving. So, yeah, I mean, I thought that, just watching this could bring up a couple talking points, but let's get into Murdaugh, okay? Let's get into Murdaugh because we have some breaking bombshell news. But first, let's watch this because now they're talking about they may seek the death penalty in the second trial, which they want to retry Alex Murdaugh by the end of the year.
Days after that stunning reversal of Alex Murdaugh's double murder conviction, South Carolina prosecutors say he could now face the death penalty in his upcoming retrial. Joining me now with the latest on this case that has really captivated the country is ABC's Andrew Dimbert, along with Dave Ehrenberg, the former state attorney for Palm Beach County, Florida. Thanks for both of you for being here. But Andrew, I want to start with you because this case has garnered national attention. I mean, it's fascinating. It just seems never ending, all the twists and turns. So let's start with the former county clerk that's at the center of this retrial, because the state Supreme Court says she's the reason Murdaugh didn't get a fair trial the first time around.
Okay, and that's what we're going to get into. I got these court docs ready.
So what did justices say she did that influenced the jury?
So the justices essentially found that this former county clerk at the time, Becky Hill, improperly inserted herself into the trial and that she tried to influence jurors here. Justices coming to this decision unanimously and pointing to allegations that Hill made comments directly to the jury about Murdaugh's body language, the credibility of his defense. According to the Supreme Court ruling there, she was signaling to the jury that Murdaugh was guilty before the verdict came down. These are allegations, by the way, that Becky Hill denies. Murdaugh's attorneys, meanwhile, have long said that Hill pushed for this guilty verdict in order to sell a book, by the way, that was pulled over plagiarism accusations. Justices said that her conduct compromised the integrity of the trial, that everyone is entitled to a fair and impartial jury, no matter the evidence. So an important note here, it's not that the state Supreme Court is saying that Murdaugh is innocent or even guilty, just that he wasn't granted that impartial jury that everybody is entitled to, and due to Hill's actions, they say, again, actions that she denies.
Yeah, and Dave, let's bring you in now, because as Andrew just mentioned, that decision does not make Murdaugh a free man. He's still serving a 40-year sentence for federal financial crimes. But when it comes to overturning this murder conviction, how much of a win is this for Murdaugh and his defense team, who maintain that he's innocent?
Rhiannon, good to be with you. Murdaugh was very guilty. The evidence was stacked up against him. So he was as surprised as anyone that he got a new trial. And even though he still professes his innocence, his voice was heard on the recording by his own son, who solved his own murder. There was a recording at the dog kennels at the time of the murder. And so when Murdaugh said, I was not at the dog kennels, I was sleeping and I'm innocent, well, he's a liar and he was there. But he will get a new trial and the evidence will still stack up against him. I still don't think he'll ever go free.
Do you think?
Right. I mean, how would he go free? Like you guys are saying in chat. Michelle Salter, thank you so much for your gift. It's really good to see you, by the way. A lot of you are saying she should be in jail. Yeah, I agree. But he's already going to spend, 40 years is a long time. God, he has shark eyes. He makes me sick.
That now that the death penalty is on the table, does this make a stronger case for maybe him taking a deal?
He said that he will never take a deal. His lawyers said he'll never take a deal. But I don't think the state is really going to pursue the death penalty to the end, because even though they can, it's not double jeopardy. They did not seek it before. They would still have to explain why it's not vindictive. You can't do it vindictively. Like the fact that you lost on appeal, now you're going to punish him by seeking the death penalty. They got to explain why they didn't seek it before and that they're seeking it again here this time. So I don't think it's good.
So what do you think of that? They have to explain why they didn't seek it in the first place. What do you think they'll do on that? I'm not a lawyer, but if they didn't seek the death penalty in the first place, why would they be approved to seek it now? That doesn't seem fair, honestly, but
Going to happen this time around.
Okay, and Andrew, back to you. Clearly, prosecutors believe they have a very strong case here. You just heard some of the evidence that Dave mentioned there. What is different this time around? We know they may push for the death penalty.
Yeah, so that's it right there. The stakes are certainly higher now that the prosecution signaled that they may push for the death penalty. So with that in mind, jury selection here is going to be far more intense than the first go around. As you mentioned, this case has had so much publicity. Just think of the Netflix documentary, the scripted version on Hulu, all the podcasts, national news coverage.
Yeah, it's
now
everywhere.
Both sides are going to have to essentially...
It's everywhere. There's so many documentaries. There's so much.
Navigate a pool of jurors who may already have strong opinions about Murdaugh and this case. For the prosecution, as we heard just there, they're probably going to still rely heavily on the evidence. They believe that they have a strong case here. Otherwise, they wouldn't even consider capital punishment here. And for the defense, they're likely to challenge, the timeline, the forensic evidence, and some of the investigative methods they're in.
Do you think that he'll testify again? Do you think that he testified in his first trial? Okay, so should they go for the death penalty? 76% of you say yes. 24% say no. All right. Well, that brings us to the next bit. The lawsuit that just was filed. Ooh-hoo. Let's read this, shall we? Let me make it bigger. Ooh-hoo. All right, this is brand new. Hot off the press. Hang on. Okay, here we go. So this is Richard. Hang on, let me turn my camera back on. Whoops, I always push the wrong one. Okay, this is Richard Alexander Murdaugh Sr., which is Alex Murdaugh, versus Rebecca Hill, defendant. And this was filed on 5/17/26. Plaintiff Richard, I'm just going to call him Alex, okay? Plaintiff Alex Murdaugh, through his undersigned attorneys, brings the civil rights actions against defendant Becky Hill. Like Becky.
Oh my God.
Formerly the clerk of court for Colleton County, South Carolina, and would respectfully show the court the following. This is a civil rights action pursuit to blah, blah, blah against defendant Becky Hill.
Oh my God.
For the deliberate and egregious deprivation of plaintiff's constitutional right to a fair trial before an impartial jury, guaranteed by the 6th and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution. 2, no right touches more the heart of fairness in a trial than the right to an impartial jury. Barnes versus Joyner. That right was stolen from Alex by Becky Hill. On March 7th, 2023, following a 6-week trial in Colleton County, South Carolina, Mr. Murdaugh was convicted of the murders of his wife, Maggie, and his son, Paul. He was sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms. He maintained his innocence then. He maintains his innocence now. Ro calls him Paw. Ro. Who's Ro? I used to have sound bites of that. I guess I did cover this a little bit. Anyways, neither Mr. Murdaugh or his counsel knew at the time of the trial that Miss Hill, the elected clerk of court, the officer of the court charged as the primary caretaker of the jury, had secretly and deliberately inserted herself into the jury's deliberative process for financial gain. As the Supreme Court of South Carolina has now held, Miss Hill placed her fingers on the scale of justice. Thank you, Marcy, for your super chats. Super chats. Sorry. Super chat. Number 5, acting under color of state law and abusing the power and authority of her elected office, Miss Hill made repeated, improper, extrajudicial communications to jurors in which she urged them not to be, quote, fooled, quote, confused, quote, convinced by Murdaugh and his defense. Ooh, these are quotes. She urged them not to be fooled, confused, thrown off, or convinced by his defense. In doing so, Ms. Hill, quote, became a character witness on behalf of the state, encouraging the jurors to question Murdaugh's credibility and essentially implored the jurors to find him guilty, the ultimate issue in the case. Ms. Hill's motive was her self-serving desire for personal profit. She wanted to write, so he wants the money from the book. She wanted to write a book about the most high-profile trial in South Carolina history so she could buy a lake house. And as the South Carolina Supreme Court found, she believed a guilty verdict, quote, would be the best way to sell books. So they're saying this was definitely like premeditated. That she did this so that she could sell her book. She could get rich. I don't know where the lake house comes from, but she was, in the words of former Chief Justice Toll, quote, attracted by the siren call of celebrity and allowed her desire for the public attention of the moment to overcome her duty to her oath of office. Ms. Hill's improper communications to the jury were deliberate acts repeated across multiple occasions, directed at jurors she was sworn to protect from outside influence by an officer of the court, quote, elected by the very people who make up the Colleton County jury pool. Her conduct was, according to the South Carolina Supreme Court, breathtaking, disgraceful, and unprecedented in South Carolina. Thank you. My favorite. On May 13th, 2026, so now we're current time. This is just last week. The Supreme Court of South Carolina unanimously reversed plaintiff's murder convictions and remanded for a new trial, holding that Miss Hill's jury tampering violated Mr. Murdaugh's constitutional right to a fair trial by an impartial jury. Number 9. Mr. Murdaugh brings this action to hold Miss Hill accountable for her wrongful conduct under the color of state law and to recover compensatory and punitive damages as provided by law. And then it says here that Rebecca Hill was the clerk of court after her election in November of 2020 until March 25th of 2024. And then it says here that Alex is a former attorney who was charged with the murders of his wife Maggie and his son Paul. After a 6-week jury trial, he was convicted on March 2nd, 2023. His murder convictions were vacated by a published opinion of the South Carolina Supreme Court issued on May 13th, 2026. Now we're going to go down to the factual allegations. Alex Murdaugh was indicted for the murder of his wife Maggie and son Paul on July 14th, 2022. His murder trial began January 23rd, 2023. The trial ran for 6 weeks, ending with convictions on the evening of March 2nd, 2023, and sentencing on March 3rd, 2023. The state rested its case in chief, and the defense began its case on Friday, February 17th, 2023. Court was not held on February 20th, which was President's Day. After returning from the holiday, defendant Becky Hill began to enter the jury rooms often. As the defense began its case, Ms. Hill told jurors, quote, y'all are going to hear things that will throw you all off. Don't let that distract or mislead you. Additionally, Ms. Hill and juror number 826, the new jury foreperson, on multiple occasions went to another room to have private conversations lasting 5 or 10 minutes. Sometimes they would go into the jury room What? Sometimes they would go into the jury room single occupancy bathroom together. What the fuck? The bathroom? Are we sure they were talking? Thank you, Steph, for the jewels. Are we sure they were What were they doing in the bathroom together? That's weird. That's weird. Okay. Four-person juror number 826 never said anything about the content of those conversations to other jurors. Ms. Hill even instructed jurors that they would not ask four-person juror number 826 about the conversations. Thank you, Sparks. 2 days later, on Thursday, February 23rd, and continuing through the next day, Mr. Murdaugh testified in his own defense. Before he began his testimony, Ms. Hill told jurors not to be fooled by the evidence Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys presented, which at least one juror understood to mean that Mr. Murdaugh would lie when he testified. Thank you for the jewels, you guys. True Crime Sushi, good to see you. Fergie, thank you. Sparks, thanks, you guys. Angie B, thanks. I'm not going to stop and thank everyone just because it's a lot, but thank you. I appreciate them and I see them. I see them popping up. Thank you. She also instructed the jury to watch him closely, to look at his actions, and look at his movements. Wow. Thank you, Flo. Jay, you want to go potty with me? Yeah, let's go in the bathroom. No, that's wild. Was that a male or a female? Does anybody know that followed this? Was it a guy or a girl? Who was the foreperson? Do we know? So she told them to watch him close, look at his actions, look at his movements, which at least one juror understood to mean that Mr. Murdaugh was guilty. Immediately after Mr. Murdaugh testified, juror number 826 told the jury that Mr. Murdaugh was crying on cue. Ooh, it's a girl. She also criticized the former foreperson, juror number 589, for handing Mr. Murdaugh a box of tissues when he was crying on the stand. Because, quote, that's what the defense wants us to do. The next day, after Mr. Murdaugh's testimony, Monday, February 27th, Miss Hill told the trial judge, the Honorable Clifton B. Newman, about a Facebook posting she saw the evening on Friday, February 24th, the day before Mr. Murdaugh's testimony concluded. While perusing a Facebook group called Walterboro Word of Mouth, the post was by juror number 785's ex-husband, stated that, quote, his ex-wife was saying she was on jury and saying stuff about how her verdict was going to be. Judge Newman asked Miss Hill to produce a copy of the posting. She could not produce a copy, but according to Miss Hill, a subordinate employee discovered that the post was taken down and replaced with an apology post. Folks, I posted an ugly post yesterday to which I have deleted. And I kind of, in a roundabout way, directed it towards a certain person. And I would like to apologize to everyone who read it. That ugly for me to do that. And yes, I let Satan control me. Oh my God. What the fuck? And I broke down and started drinking. And when I was drunk, I made that post and I'm sorry. The fuck?
Oh my God.
The devil is dancing tonight.
What the fuck? So someone's ex-husband posted that? Let me read that again. Let's go back here. On Monday, February 27th, Miss Hill told the judge about a Facebook post she saw on the evening of Friday, February 24th. She was in Walterboro word of mouth. The post by juror number 785's ex-husband allegedly stated, quote, his wife was saying that she was on the jury and saying stuff about how her verdict was going to be. Judge Newman asked her to produce the posting. She couldn't produce one, but an employee in the clerk's office, Lori Weiss, discovered the post was taken down and replaced with an apology. Folks, I posted an ugly post yesterday, to which I have deleted, and I kind of, in a roundabout way, directed it towards a certain person, and I would like to apologize to everyone who read it. That ugly for me to do that. And yes, I let Satan control me. And I broke down and started drinking. And when I was drunk, I made that post and I'm sorry. Good God. It's a male according to Google. The apology post states its initial post was already deleted on February 16th. So it would have been impossible for Miss Hill to see the original post on February 24th. Juror number 785's ex-husband has averred in a sworn statement that he made no such posts. What? Mr. Murdaugh has obtained an authentic download of the entirety of Mr. Stone's Facebook activity from January 23rd to March 2nd, 2023, which confirms he did not post the apology. The supposed original post, if deleted, would not be recoverable under Facebook's retention policies, and that he in fact never posted anything to the Walterboro word of mouth during the trial. Why wouldn't it be recoverable? Facebook doesn't have deleted. You can't retrieve deleted posts on Facebook. Something's weird here. On February 28th, Ms. Hill questioned juror number 785 about the fictitious post alone in her office in the courthouse. She told juror number 785 that someone had emailed her stating her ex-husband posted on Walterboro word of mouth, and that juror number 785 had been drinking with her ex-husband, and that while drunk, she expressed opinions on the guilt or innocence of Mr. Murdaugh. Juror number 785 told Miss Hill that never happened, and she has not seen her ex-husband in 10 years. Juror number 785 asked to see the post, but Miss Hill would not show it to her. Miss Hill directly asked juror number 785 whether she was inclined to vote guilty or not guilty. Juror number 785 said she hadn't made up her mind. Later that day, Miss Hill told juror number 785 that the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, SLED, and Colleton County Sheriff's Office personnel went to Mr. Stone's house, and he confirmed he made the post. This was a fabrication by Miss Hill. Miss Hill told juror number 785 she would somehow reinstate a restraining order. What? Miss Hill told juror number 785 she would somehow reinstate a restraining order juror number 785 previously had against Mr. Stone, which is something that Miss Hill did not have the authority to do. What the hell? Still, later that day, Judge Newman examined juror number 785 regarding both the non-existent Facebook post and the tenant coworker email in camera. Juror number 785 described her interactions with Miss Hill regarding the Facebook post. She denied making any inappropriate comments about the case to third parties and stated she wanted to hear closing arguments before forming an opinion on his guilt or innocence. So here's the footnote down here about this tenant coworker. A coworker of a tenant of juror number 785 emailed the court on February 27th, stating the tenant said her landlord was a juror and had expressed an opinion on the case when delivering a refrigerator to the property more than a week earlier. After juror number 785 was dismissed, Judge Newman said, "Oh boy, I'm not too pleased about the clerk interrogating a juror as opposed to coming to me and bringing it to me." He was right to be concerned. The next day, on March 1st, 2023, the jury visited Moselle, the site of the murders. During the visit, 4-person juror 826 and Miss Hill walked off to have yet another private conversation. In her book, Miss Hill vaguely hints at communicating her opinion to Mr. Murdaugh's guilt to the jury during this visit to the Moselle property. While the jurors viewed the Moselle property, we could all hear and see Alex's story was impossible. Some of us, either from the courthouse, law enforcement, or jury at Moselle, had an epiphany and shared our thoughts with our eyes. At that moment, many of us standing there knew, I knew, and they knew that Alex was guilty. That was from her book. The next day, or that day, Judge Newman also held another in-camera conference, which means just him with the attorneys. Regarding the tenant coworker email, in which he decided to revisit that Facebook post with Miss Hill. So this is a transcript from that in-camera meeting. So let's read this. Okay, let's do this up. Let's do this right. Court is in session for an in-camera conference regarding the tenant coworker email. The court. Okay, well, let me see what Becky is talking about. I wanted to revisit the Facebook post that you mentioned yesterday. Miss Hill. Uh-huh, right? The court. That's Becky Hill, the clerk of court. Can you tell us about the Facebook post? Miss Hill. Yes, I think it was Friday evening, just for a brief moment. I perused Facebook, got on the Walterboro word of mouth, and saw where someone had said that, well, it was the ex-husband of a juror. And he said that he noticed his ex-wife was saying that she was on the jury and saying stuff about how her verdict was going to be and that he was the ex-husband and she was known for talking way too much. And then I just kept scrolling because that was enough for me. I've gotten enough. The court. And how did you determine who he was talking about? Well, when I heard there was an email on Monday, I figured the two went together, if it was true. The court. Well, she's confirmed she has an ex-husband who she has 3 restraining orders out against. So, Miss Hill. Right. So then we looked on Monday after you told me to go try and go back and look for it, and we couldn't find it. But then we found out his name. And then we found the post and printed it out where he had put something up. But then that had been deleted at the time that he had put stuff out there that wasn't nice. The court. He said he got drunk afterwards. Mr. Metters. Something about the devil, Mr. Harpootlian. Didn't he say Satan was in it? Miss Hill. Satan was in it, yes. And all the details, yes. The court. All right. Miss Hill. Made me do it. The court. Okay. I just wanted to have that on record. You're reading a Facebook post by the ex-husband who said it. Of course, you haven't talked with him, so you wouldn't know where he got his information from. Miss Hill. I don't. I can find it, though. I object. I think she's lying. Let's continue. But Miss Hill never saw any such Facebook posts. She made it up. Further, she knew the apology post was not posted by juror number 785's ex-husband. Juror number 785 showed Miss Hill a picture of her ex-husband, which is not the Facebook profile picture of the other Mr. Stone's post about Satan. It wasn't even the right guy. The next day, on March 2nd, 2023, the day of the verdict, juror number 785 received a call from her ex-husband. She did not answer. The call upset her because Miss Hill's lies had led her to believe he was posting on Facebook about her and might be stalking her. This bitch re-traumatized someone who had 3 restraining orders on an ex-husband. She re-traumatized her. This is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. What is wrong with this lady? Seriously. So this lady got scared. So, juror number 785 then asked to speak with Miss Hill. She told Miss Hill she was scared. Miss Hill told her that the Murdaughs probably got to him, meaning her ex-husband. Wow. Miss Hill once again asked her opinion regarding Mr. Murdaugh's guilt. Juror number 785 told her that Creighton Water's closing was good, but she still had questions. Miss Hill asked what questions, and juror number 785 replied that she was concerned that no murder weapon was found. Miss Hill then asked, well, what makes you think he's guilty? Juror number 785 said Paul's video at the dog kennels. Miss Hill then told juror number 785 that, quote, everything Mr. Murdaugh has said has been lies, and that I should forget about all of the guns. They'll never be seen again. Miss Hill then asked juror number 785 about the views of the rest of the jury, telling her that if the 4-person would, quote, just go in and ask for a raise in hands, this would be over and done with. And everybody needs to be on the same page. Juror number 785 went to the jury room and 10 minutes later was excused from the jury. In open court immediately after her excusal, juror number 785 asked Judge Newman if he had spoken with the clerk of court, referring to the conversation earlier that morning with Miss Hill. Judge Newman responded, quote, I have not spoken with her today, and that this is, quote, totally independent of any conversation regarding her ex-husband, apparently misunderstanding her question to refer to the issue of the Facebook post. When the jury began deliberations that evening, Miss Hill told them that this shouldn't take long, and that if they deliberated past 11, they'd be taken directly to a hotel, even though none were prepared to stay overnight. Miss Hill told jurors that after the trial they would be famous and predicted that the media would request interviews with them. Miss Hill even handed out reporters' business cards to jurors during the trial.
Unleash the lawyers.
How many times does this shit happen? Juror number 578 took this to heart and made an appearance on Good Morning America the night of the verdict, which is why on the day the jury began deliberations, he wore a suit coat for the first time during trial. After the verdict and immediately after sentencing, or before sentencing, Miss Hill pressured the jury to speak as a group of reporters to a network news show. She traveled with jurors to New York City. Oh, she went with them? She traveled with jurors in New York City when they appeared on the Today Show. Oh
my God.
Miss Hill got her book deal. Her book, Behind the Doors of Justice, was released on August 1st, 2023. She had been planning to write a book about the trial even before it began. In the period leading up to the trial, she repeatedly told coworkers that a guilty verdict would sell more books and that she needed to sell books because, quote, she needed a lake house. Miss Hill's book, however, caused some jurors to come forward to describe her efforts to obtain her desired guilty verdict through jury tampering during trial. In August of 2023, several jurors provided affidavits or statements to Mr. Murdaugh's defense counsel describing her jury tampering. On September 5th, 2023, Mr. Murdaugh filed a motion with the South Carolina Court of Appeals for leave to file a motion for a new trial based on the evidence of Ms. Hill's jury tampering. The Court of Appeals granted the motion, and Mr. Murdaugh filed his motion for a new trial on October 27th. On November 1st, he petitioned the Supreme Court. On November 15th, the Supreme Court denied the position as moot because Judge Newman recused himself from hearing the new trial motion. On December 18th, Chief Justice appointed retired Justice Jean H. to serve as the trial judge hearing Mr. Murdaugh's motion for a new trial. The trial court ordered an evidentiary hearing on January 29, 2024. A single juror testified one business day earlier on the 26th to accommodate a scheduling conflict. The jurors identified by anonymous letters testified as follows. Thanks, Marcy, for the super sticker. Jurors C, F, L, E, O, Y, W, Q, and K testified they did not hear Ms. Hill comment on the merits of the case before the verdict. Juror P testified he did hear Ms. Hill tell jurors regarding Mr. Murdaugh's decision to testify in his own defense to, quote, watch his body language. She's not supposed to do that. Juror X testified that she heard Ms. Hill comment regarding Mr. Murdaugh's decision to testify in his own defense that it was rare for a defendant to testify in a criminal case and that, quote, this was an epic day. Juror Z testified that she heard Ms. Hill comment regarding Mr. Murdaugh's decision to testify in his own defense that to watch him closely. Juror Z testified that the comments did affect her verdict. Question. All right. Was your verdict influenced in any way by the communications of the Clerk of Court in this case? Yes, ma'am. And how was it influenced? To me, it felt like she made me seem like he was already guilty. All right. And I understand that. That's the tenor of the remarks she made. Did that affect your finding of guilty in this case? Yes, ma'am. The trial court then examined Juror Z regarding her affidavit attached to Mr. Murdaugh's motion for a new trial. And she affirmed that each paragraph therein, including affirmance that during trial, Ms. Hill told the jury not to be fooled by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys, which I understood to mean that Mr. Murdaugh would lie when he testified, and that Ms. Hill instructed the jury to watch him closely immediately before he testified, including look at his actions, look at his movements, which I understood to mean that he was guilty. Ms. Hill testified after the jurors. She denied engaging in any jury tampering. She also denied stating that she wanted a guilty verdict to promote book sales. She admitted she plagiarized portions of her book. Oh, my. You can't trust anything that she says. Oh, my goodness. Becky, you're messy. So messy.
Diarrhea of the mouth.
Unbelievable, dude.
What you are witnessing is real. The participants are not actors.
Thank you, Marcy. She admitted she plagiarized portions of her book and that her profits from its sale in the 6 months before it was withdrawn from publication because of her plagiarism were approximately $100,000. She admitted the book contained unfounded statements included for poetic license or literary ease. Examination by the trial court revealed that Ms. Hill's denial during direct examination of questioning a juror during the murder trial was not truthful, and that she, in fact, did want a guilty verdict. Banwell County Clerk of Court Rhonda McElvin testified next to rebut Ms. Hill's denial that she wanted a guilty verdict to promote book sales. Miss McElvin was assisting in the courtroom during the murder trial. Oh, we got a witness. Here we go. And did she discuss with you, what if anything did she discuss with you about how she felt the verdict should turn out in the Murdaugh trial, vis-a-vis in reference to the book? What would help the book? Answer. a guilty verdict. Tell the judge and tell me exactly what she said to you that you remember. This is prior to the trial. Okay, well, first of all, she said we might want to write a book because she needed a lake house and I needed to retire. And from then, further conversation was that a guilty verdict would sell more books. And we left it at that. This was before, even in December. And when did she ever say that to you again during the weeks you spent there? Several times. It could be said. It was, amongst friends in our office, or we might be having dinner, that kind of stuff, but that's about it. That she needed a guilty verdict to sell more books? That would be the best way to sell books, yes, sir. The best way to sell books. Now, during this process, did she ever express to you an opinion on whether or not, in fact, Mr. Murdaugh was guilty of the murders of his son and his wife? Yeah, yes, sir. Tell me what she said if you remember when. I don't exactly remember when. I know it's over half the trial had already happened, but the evidence was coming forth that it looked like he might be guilty. She made a comment that guilty verdict would be better for the sale of books. Woo, this lady is dirty. Miss McElvin also testified that Miss Hill made comments to her like, quote, "Don't be fooled by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys," identical to statements reported by some jurors. She testified that Miss Hill insisted on allowing a book writer who wrote the foreword to Miss Hill's book to sit in the well during the court trial. What the fuck? She testified that Miss Hill insisted on allowing a book writer who wrote the foreword to Miss Hill's book to sit in the well of the court during trial where she could see sealed exhibits under the subterfuge of being a Sunday school teacher. Huh?
What?
The final witness was the alternate juror, juror 741. She testified that Miss Hill told the jurors the defense is about to do their side and they're going to say things that will try to confuse you. But don't let them confuse you or convince you or throw you off. At the conclusion of the hearing, the trial court ruled from the bench. This is the judge now speaking. Did Clerk of Court Hill make comments to any juror which expressed her opinion what the verdict would be? Miss Hill denies doing so, and so the question becomes, was her denial credible? I find that the clerk of court is not completely credible as a witness. Miss Hill was attracted by the siren call of celebrity. She wanted to write a book about the trial and expressed that as early as November 2022, long before trial began. She denies that this is so, but I find that she stated it to the clerk of court, Rhonda McElvin, and others. Her desire for a guilty verdict because it would sell books. She made comments about Murdaugh's demeanor as he testified. And she made some of those comments before he testified to at least one and maybe more jurors. The clerk of court allowed public attention of the moment to overcome her duty. The trial court nevertheless denied the motion for a new trial, reasoning that there is no presumption of prejudice from tampering with jurors during a trial about the matter pending before the jury, and that Mr. Murdaugh failed to prove that Ms. Hill's comments changed the jury's verdict. On March 5th, 2024, Ms. Hill resigned from office. Thank you, Jason, for your super chats. Very generous of you. Thank you, Marcy. Same to you. Yeah, there's a presser. We'll watch it after this. I'm almost done. Doesn't seem like it would be her first rodeo. We're going to keep going. In May of 2024, it was reported that the State Ethics Commission had referred ethics complaints against Ms. Hill for criminal prosecution. On May 14, 2025, Ms. Hill was arrested, charged with perjury, obstruction of justice, and misconduct in office. On December 8, 2025, she pled guilty to those charges. Her perjury conviction concerned her testimony at the evidentiary hearing for Mr. Murdaugh's motion for a new trial, in which she testified she did not give news media access to sealed trial exhibits, including crime scene photographs of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh's slain bodies. Forensic evidence, however, conclusively proved she escorted news media to secured areas of the courthouse after hours where she allowed them to photograph sealed exhibits. Ms. Hill attempted to profit from Maggie and Paul's murders, not only by advising the jury to convict Murdaugh so that she could write a book about his conviction, but even by selling access to grisly photographs of their slain bodies. Sick. On May 13th, 2026, the Supreme Court vacated the order denying the motion for a new trial. Okay, and then it says here, the South Carolina Supreme Court, reviewing the evidentiary record, including Ms. Hill's own sworn testimony, stated, quote, "We hold Murdaugh, established Hill, made comments that the day Murdaugh testified was epic or important, and urged the jurors not to be fooled, confused, thrown off, or convinced by Murdaugh, and to watch his body language." They ruled that Ms. Hill engaged in this wrongful conduct under the state of law, blah, blah, blah. They called it breathtaking and disgraceful. To undermine the jury process is unprecedented in South Carolina. Accordingly, we hold Murdaugh's right to a fair trial by an impartial jury was violated. Following the revelation of Mr. Murdaugh's financial crimes, a South Carolina court placed him in receivership. Mr. Murdaugh had funded his murder trial defense with a $600,000 withdrawal from his 401k. This withdrawal to fund his legal defense was authorized by the court overseeing the receivership. These retirement funds were employee contributions to his retirement, untainted by any criminal activity, and were his sole and remaining asset. Mr. Murdaugh spent the entire $600,000 on his defense. The South Carolina Supreme Court has ruled that Ms. Hill's actions, motivated by her own desire to profit from the trial, caused these funds to be lost. Plaintiff incorporates each da-da-da-da-da. Okay, let's go down here. What they won't. Thank you so much, Marcy. Welcome, Micro, Scottish, Mike, Skidmore, Sarah Beth Love, and PK. Welcome to the Truth Seekers. And thank you so much, Marcy. It's so nice of you. So it says Mr. Murdaugh is entitled to recovery of attorneys, fees, and costs. And that Mr. Murdaugh is entitled to an award of punitive damages. And they've asked for a jury trial. Woo, that was a lot to read. Crazy. All right, let me get this. Press conference. It hasn't started yet, or did it already go? Oh, yeah, here it is. It's not very long. The sound is horrible, by the way. The sound is horrible. Let me get it pulled up, though. We're going to watch what they said. I can try to tweak the audio. This is crazy. And then they're going to ask for the death penalty. I'd be like, oh, no. I don't even know what the hell, like, what to think of that. To be completely honest. Okay, let's go back a little bit here. All right, here we go. Well, Creighton sure isn't playing the guitar at CrimeCon right now, is he? Remember that? When he was in Orlando and he played the guitar? All right, let's watch this. I'm going to go grab a drink. Here we go, people. I'll put captions on, so if you can't hear it, you can at least read it. Thank you guys for being here, and please hit the like button.
Sunglasses or no sunglasses? What do you think? There's John Muller.
Hey, Mr.
Jim, welcome back from
Hey,
vacation.
John. It's good to see you. You made it back alive. I did. It's true. I thought I saw Wolf Oaks. Well, how you doing, buddy? Any of the old faces here?
Good old boys.
Okay. Couple things. We have filed a lawsuit today. We're going to discuss that with you in just a minute. I'd hoped that would have been the main topic of this press conference, but over the weekend we learned that the Attorney General has announced he's considering the death penalty in this case. Clearly, he is not talking to the lawyers in his office. He's probably talking to his political consultants who thought that was a good soundbite for his governor's campaign. The law is clear that he cannot seek the death penalty if it is due to vindictive prosecution. That is, and here's the question, what does he know today he didn't know 5 years ago? Why is he saying he's going to seek the death penalty? Is there some new piece of evidence? So we're a little sick and tired, and we've seen this process since the beginning of this case, where Alan Wilson plays politics as opposed to playing prosecutor. He's got great lawyers on his staff. He should listen to them, defer to their judgment. Coincidentally, he has not looked into the attempted jury tampering of Becky Hill. We're going to talk about a civil suit in a minute, but clearly the statute says whoever tampers with a jury or attempts to tamper with a jury is guilty of a crime.
Can you guys not hear it? Is it really bad? Let me put on noise suppression. Tell me if this is better.
Judge Toll's fact findings were clear. Becky Hill attempted. The Supreme Court last week, Becky Hill attempted. So please, Alan, focus on your job and not the politics. Now, having gotten that out of my system, let me turn this over to Jim Griffin, who's going to talk about the lawsuit that was filed this morning, and then Phil Barber and he and I will answer questions. Jim?
Yeah, good morning. Today in the United States District Court, federal court, the Charleston Division, we filed a lawsuit on behalf of Richard Alexander Murdaugh Sr. versus Rebecca Hill. In this lawsuit, we file it under the Federal Civil Rights Statute 42 United States Code 1983 to redress constitutional deprivation of rights. Those rights were Alex's right to a fair trial, a right that him be tried before an untampered, untainted jury. With the South Carolina Supreme Court's ruling, it has been adjudged as a matter of state law that she deprived Alec of his constitutional rights, deprived him of a right to a fair trial, and as a result, we've got to do it all over again, which nobody wants to do. The damages that we've alleged include the over $600,000 that was spent to try the first case and other compensatory damages. Now, let me be clear. Alex Murdaugh owes a lot of people a lot of money. None of this money that is recovered will go to him personally. And the purpose of this lawsuit is to hold Becky Hill accountable for what she did. She has not been held account at all for her conduct. And two is to investigate exactly what she did, which we'll be able to do through the course of civil litigation. We have subpoena power. We can take depositions. And so we're going to be able to understand the entire scope of her conduct. She's yet to be thoroughly investigated by the state, and she's not been held accountable by the state. And that's what we hope to do. That's what we intend to do. And that's what we will do with this lawsuit. Thank you. Phil, what you got?
I would just amplify that and say that, you know, can you hold it till the plane goes over, please? The jury process, the integrity of the jury process was violated by somebody sworn to uphold it. And that's why we're here today, and that cannot go unanswered, as Jim said. And that's what we're going to do with this lawsuit. Beyond that, we've alleged $600,000 in damages. That's a public number, by the way. There was a receivership. That money was allocated from a receivership for the defense. That was a waste because of what Becky Hill did, plus other damages alleged. And beyond that, we are going to find out exactly what happened. There will be depositions, there will be subpoenas, and she will be held to account for her actions.
Any questions? None? Okay. No.
Do you guys have any new evidence to present your case going forward?
Well, we have. Where'd you go for? Right. Okay. We have received a number of pieces of information post-trial. Some of them came just to us. Some of that came just to us. Some of that went to SLED too, and we don't know what they did with it. Once the trial was over, we don't have the power to subpoena. We don't have the power to really investigate it all. All we did was, after the trial, was look into the jury misconduct, and we rode around Colleton County for a couple months through the swamp on the dirt roads to find these jurors and ask them questions. But once a judge is appointed, and I think we got an order on Friday that the Chief Justice has said, once the remitter is issued, which means it goes, right now the Supreme Court has the case, they got to remit it to a trial court, and he'll do that, we think, in the next couple of weeks. So at that point, then we will have subpoena. Then we will have the ability to investigate.
With a new murder trial, how hard do you think it is going to be to find impartial jurors?
Well, let me say this to you. This has gotten extraordinary notoriety, unlike most other cases I've ever tried. But in its time, a case I prosecuted 40 years ago, Pee Wee Gaskins, Muck was there, Pee Wee Gaskins, we had to go through 400 jurors to get 14. It's important that we have, what we want is individual voir dire. That means we individually question the jurors, which is not usually allowed in anything but a death penalty case. So we think we can get them. Can we get it in Colleton County? That's debatable, but and I think the state has the same interest, should have the same interest we have in finding 12 or 14 with alternates, impartial, fair jurors. The state should want an unsullied, uninfluenced jury as much as we do.
And have you talked to Alex recently? How does he feel about the overturn?
Jim talked to him this morning.
Yeah, we've talked to Alex a lot lately about many topics, including retrial and what that might look like. But to your specific question, frankly, when we reported back to him after our argument in the South Carolina Supreme Court, we told him it went as well as we could have hoped, and that we were very optimistic that we would get a favorable result. And he appreciated our assessment, but he was incredulous. His experience has been, since he has been on the back end of civil lawsuits and criminal indictments, that he's lost every significant legal ruling along the way, and that occurred almost daily during the trial. And when he got the order, when I spoke with him, he had already read the opinion of the Supreme Court, and he says, "I'm reading it, I see it, it says reverse, but I still have a hard time believing it. It's really just sinking in." But he was very grateful, very thankful, and he thanked all of us here that are on this side of the podium, and he got somewhat emotional. He was so, and I don't think he'll mind for me telling you this. I mean, he has always said, and he told me very early, that he deserves to be in jail, prison, for the financial crimes that he committed. But he says, being in jail for something you didn't do is a hard thing to swallow, even though I'm here doing time for what I did do. But then he said, what I was convicted of is so reprehensible, and something that is so heinous, and to be wrongfully convicted of that is almost unbearable, he says. And so he is very
He's not
thankful
wrongfully
that he's
convicted.
no longer a convicted murderer of his wife and son, and and he's appreciative to the court for applying the rule of law, regardless of outcome. They did their job, and we're all very appreciative of that. The rule of law won out last week.
Have you spoken to Buster, and how does he feel about what happened last week?
So yeah, I think thanks for asking that question, and I want to say this: Buster Murdaugh is, hopefully we can all agree, is entitled to his privacy. That kid has been through so much, and that's all he wants is his privacy. And so we're not going to answer questions about Buster, other than to say, and I'd say it with 100% confidence, that Buster supports his dad, Alex.
With the civil suit, are you hoping to get your hands on the SWAT investigation into the jury tampering allegations by Becky Hill?
Sure. Now, we were given some information through the discovery during the motion for new trial stage. Is that all they've done? I mean, we don't know. But if that is all they've done, that really wasn't much of an investigation. And we really don't think they've done much of an investigation, but we certainly plan to.
And let me say this. This also was a Freedom of Information Act served on SWED to get additional information. We've seen that too. Does it make sense to have the agency who has an inherent conflict, they want the conviction sustained, investigating whether it was valid or not? I mean, it just seems ridiculous. And again, I think the Attorney General's fault is not asking for some independent. He could have gotten a sheriff's department to it. Leon Lott folks or the sheriff up in Spartanburg, Greenville, have a very sophisticated sheriff's department. Charleston also. Use them. But SWED is invested in affirming the conviction. They don't want to find any fault. I mean, that's just human nature. So we think there's going to be plenty of things that weren't looked into, and we want to look into those. And the question is, and Jim and Phil and I have been talking about this, did she do it alone? Did she have somebody help her with this? And if you were sitting in the judge's chambers like we were, when she brought in information on the jury you would call the egg lady, we call Myra Crosby, and listen to what she had to say. One time it was totally made up about some Facebook page. The second time, inexplicably a anonymous email came to the judge. We weren't told about it. It was investigated by the Attorney General's office and SWED without us being involved. No guardrails on that. But I mean, and call us naive because we were. We didn't press that. And I look back on it. We should have, with 2020 hindsight, we maybe should have taken a look.
Who's this guy? He's got one hell of a rug, doesn't he? Look at that thing. Look at that thing. It's huge.
A little more aggressive. But we still couldn't have peeled that onion back then. But we will now.
Hey, Dick, question about the retrial. Some have suggested that it may have been a mistake to put Alec on the stand. Any thought to whether you're going to put him on the stand in the retrial?
Two things. One, the client makes that decision. Two, that'll be a game day call. So you'll know when we know.
When will any retrial take place?
I would suspect within a year of now, but not by the end of the year. No.
And why is that? Why can't you go right to trial?
Well, I'll give you a couple of simple examples. One, we assume the same witnesses will testify in the retrial as the trial. We have a, 8,000-page transcript. We've got to break out each witness. We've got to read it, whoever's going to handle that person, outline it, and they can be used to impeach them. So, this is like a civil case where you've taken a deposition. Unlike any other criminal case you'll ever defend or prosecute.
What did they ask him? They asked him if Alex would testify. And they asked about the retrial. Was it a mistake to put him on the stand? Listen again.
Some have suggested that it may have been a mistake to put Alec on the stand. Any thought to whether you're going to put them on the stand in the retrial?
Two things. One, the client makes that decision. Two, that'll be a game day call. So you'll know when we know.
When will any retrial take place?
I would suspect within a year of now, but not by the end of the year. No.
And why is that? Why can't you go right to trial?
Well, I'll give you a couple of simple examples. One, we assume the same witnesses will testify in the retrial as the trial. We have a, 8,000 page transcript. We've got to break out each witness. We've got to read it, whoever's going to handle that person, outline it, and they can be used to impeach them. So, this is like a civil case where you've taken a deposition. Unlike any other criminal case you'll ever defend or prosecute. So
they didn't answer whether he would testify. He said that'd be a game day call. But stick around, guys, because we've got our palate cleanser coming up, and that is going to be your audience participation. I'm going to show you this wild true crime exhibit that is live in New York City right now, and I want to get your opinions on it. So this is going to be audience participation coming up next.
That takes time. We've got to go back and see if they've given us all the discovery. There's some inference that we didn't get everything from the prosecution. We're going to go back and scrub that real hard. We've got to hire experts. They've got to look at all the information, new experts, and then give us an opinion.
Do you have enough money to hire new experts?
Jim, why don't you explain financially how this works? They've got a much better explanation for this than I do. Go ahead.
I mean, there is no new money, no found money, and I've said previously, we got paid to do a job. We do criminal defense work. And one way you do it, you charge by the job. Sometimes you come out ahead, and sometimes you come out behind. But right now we're in the hole. But we got paid to do a job, and we're going to see it all the way through.
You're saying the job isn't finished yet?
The job is not finished yet. We're not walking away from it. So we're going to see it through. That's where we are.
Is there any chance a retrial could happen in Richland County instead of Towson?
One of the things that we're looking at is a motion to transfer venue to a different county. It would have to be, if that takes place and it's transferred, it'd have to be in a county that has a very similar demographics as Colleton County. So that would probably exclude Richland County, Charleston County, which I know all of y'all want to go to Charleston.
But Charleston is contiguous to Colleton, and one of the factors to be considered. I'm just saying.
And so, this is not our pick, but that'll be looked at very closely for sure.
Jim, can we talk about new evidence? I know last week you mentioned DNA evidence under Maggie's fingernails, essentially connected to a nail. Can we go into that a little bit more?
DNA evidence under Maggie's fingernails from a male. She says, can you go into that a little bit more?
That will play a factor in this retrial?
Well, we pointed out during the last trial that they did find unknown male DNA who's not related to any Murdaugh or any of Maggie's family under her fingernail. That was, not really followed up on. We asked, did they follow up?
Well, did they test it? He says it wasn't followed up on.
That before the last trial. We don't have possession of that DNA, so we can't do anything with it. We can perhaps, with a new case, back to square one, go and seek an order from the court to compel them to send it off to CODIS. CODIS is the national DNA database.
Hold up. So there was unknown male DNA under Maggie's fingernails, and they never put it in CODIS even?
So, if we were in charge and we had the facilities, the forensic lab, they had the SLED, and we had search warrant abilities, we would have done things a lot differently and more timely. A lot of that opportunity is lost, and so that's unfortunate.
More optimism of getting that sent to CODIS, you believe, this go around?
Well, it'll be Chief Justice Kittredge issued an order last week saying he's going to appoint a new judge once the remediator goes down. And that'll be one of the things that we will present to a new judge asking for that relief. Whether he or she will do it remains to be seen.
Jim, you said the lawsuit is about holding Becky Hill accountable and also investigating. You say the state didn't do a good enough job of investigating her. What do you hope that investigation could yield?
The truth.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah, we don't have a result in mind, but we have a lot of questions that we would like answered. Was she a lone wolf? Was she doing it just for the siren of celebrity, which she definitely was? And then I'll tell you, this removal of the egg lady juror is very suspicious. And that really wasn't a part of the case. We do make it a part of our complaint. We point out all of the inconsistencies of what she said, reporting to Judge Newman that the egg lady, Ms. Crosby's ex-husband, had posted something on Facebook, which we now know was a bald-faced lie, or someone lied to her. I mean, it makes no sense. And if you have questions, and I would encourage all of you to follow up with Joe McCullough, who represents Myra Crosby, who is investigating this as strenuously as we intend to do so. And he's been working on it for quite some time. I mean, the way she was targeted, it just is very curious, and we hope to get to the bottom of that.
Is there any possibility of taking a plea deal for a lesser charge?
Say again?
Is there any possibility of taking a plea deal for a lesser charge?
No plea deal. No, never will plead guilty. Off the table. We want a trial. Yeah. They can dismiss it.
Yeah, they can dismiss these charges. You know, but he'll never enter to a plea which requires some admission that he did something he didn't do, and that's murdering his wife and son. That's not going to happen.
Who do you think did kill Maggie and Paul?
We wish we knew. We think we could have found out if we had the tools available. I mean, that opportunity was lost when they failed to follow the tire tracks in the grass leading away from the murders of Maggie and Paul. That opportunity was lost when they failed to maintain the integrity of the GPS data on Maggie's phone. Instead,
hold up, there was tire tracks that they didn't pursue in the yard?
it was at SLED, downloading GPS coordinates at SLED that ultimately overwrote where her phone was and when it was on the night of the murders. And when they finally get into Maggie's phone and able to access the GPS data, you know where it said that phone had been last? Broad River Road, SLED Lab. I mean, that is outrageous that was allowed to happen. So, you know, John, we've gotten a lot of information. People are out there working on behalf of Alec for free, kind of like we are, and they've unearthed some really interesting stuff. And they've turned
They're now working for free?
significant amount over that to SLED. We'll be curious to see if SLED has done anything with it or will do anything with it.
If any of that investigation now goes back to the house or to the property, or is that a done deal?
There's nothing that I'm aware of that's of evidentiary value on the property.
Let me just jump in and say that the actual scene has been destroyed, right? It's been torn down, the property's been sold, the kennels, all of that are gone, so that's under existence.
But our experts, in preparing for the first trial, did all kinds of forensic tests on the crime scene.
You know, I hate when I hear that. Like Felicia said, yeah, they didn't pursue the tire tracks. It's like they get this narrative. And I'm not saying he's innocent, but it just shows where they get a narrative and stick with. I mean, this is their job, is to poke holes in what the state. But I have a hard time believing they're working for free.
We put in evidence that if somebody could be in the house and shots fired down at the dog kennel, never hear them. I mean, we proved that without any contradiction whatsoever. So the story that he was up at the house and he had to have heard the shotgun and the AR, not. We had an expert run test. Can't do that anymore. So the uncontradicted evidence is going to be if he was in the house, he wouldn't have heard the shots. So, I mean, it's those kinds of things. And we've got measurements, I mean, very, very, very specific measurements on where everything was, which, by the way, SLED did not do. You know, the night of the murders, as they processed, it may not be SLED, maybe local law enforcement, they didn't dust for fingerprints in the feed, not dust, they don't do that anymore, but they did not process the feed room for fingerprints. They didn't look for DNA. Is there a hair? Let's pick it up and get it tested. There was a bloody footprint right next to Paul's body. There was a Carlton County Sheriff's deputy foot. I mean, I'm not a big CIS and CSI fan, but this looks to me like they violated every basic rule. We had a witness test.
Oh, no. There was a boot print from a deputy. He said, I'm not a big CIS fan. CSI.
Paul's body. There was a Carlton County Sheriff's deputy foot. I mean, I'm not a big CIS and CSI.
If that's true, that's kind of effed up, though, for sure. Like,
it was a Carlton County Sheriff's deputy foot. I mean, I'm not a big CIS and CSI fan, but this looks to me like they violated every basic rule. We had a witness testify to that. So, they got a lot of explaining to do.
What do you think the odds are of Alex getting an acquittal in the retrial?
You, John Monk, are playing those internet betting sites too much. I have no idea what his chances are.
I'm not playing them at all.
Well, you ought to try.
What do you think the odds are?
We have no idea. I mean, we don't predict football, basketball, or trials.
Just following up on what Dick said about the failures. During the trial, you'll remember SLED explained how they do murder investigations, and they do, they draw an imaginary circle, and an imaginary circle that they drew here, Alec was in the middle of it, and he was in the middle of it from the night of the murders, and they knew that Alec left Moselle and went to his mother's house at Almeda, and then came back to Moselle and found his wife and son murdered brutally. And do you think for 1 minute that they should have gone to Almeda, to see if there's anything of evidentiary value? Were there murder weapons at Almeda, which they want to intimate, during the trial? Oh, he parked over here, so he must have got rid of the guns over there. I mean, they had the opportunity to exclude Alec from that circle, but they didn't do it because they just failed so miserably in what their jobs were.
Let me say one other thing that brings to mind. As most of y'all know, I was a prosecutor for 12 years, and this is 40 years ago. If a body was found and they wanted to determine time of death, the coroner or a medical examiner would take an anal thermometer and get a core body temperature, then take a thermometer and get the ambient temperature. And in this case, alleged an hour and a half prior they'd been killed, sort of. The coroner showed up, and he did something that just amazed me. He took his hand and he stuck it under Paul's armpit, and then that same hand stuck it under Maggie's armpit, and he could calculate the time of death based on that. I mean, that's what we're dealing with here, folks. Stuck his hand under the armpit? Really?
Wait, what? Does that really happen? That's kind of what we do when little kids. We take their... What's he talking about? Come on, that couldn't have happened. Hey, stay humble.
And stuck it under Maggie's armpit, and he could calculate the time of death based on that. I mean, that's what we're dealing with here, folks. Stuck his hand under the armpit? Really? And yet, then they said, oh, well, we know when Maggie stopped using her phone and Paul stopped using his phone, that's the time of death. They ignore the fact that cell phone service down there was spotty at best. A number of people testified there was no cell phone service. So
they're saying they're going off time of death by phone service.
Simply because they weren't using their phone doesn't mean they were dead. I mean, this thing has more holes in it than Swiss cheese.
In your opinion, what ultimately got...
I mean, this thing has more holes in it than Swiss cheese.
In your opinion, what ultimately got Alex convicted?
I think 2.5 weeks of that of widows and orphans and mentally disabled kids testifying, not that he stole their money, but how just maliciously he stole the money, how he lied to them. When they finish with that, they're not going to believe forensic evidence. They're not going to believe him. They're not going to believe anything because he was so vilified.
And when he testified, the jury was programmed not to believe him by the clerk of court. And so, no matter what he said, he got on the stand to answer, questions about where he was and what he did that night. And we know now that, as the Supreme Court accurately described, she sought to undermine his credibility before he even testified it. Understand?
Doesn't mean he's
innocent,
innocent, though.
Second highest ranked court official in the trial. And she has closest contact with the jury, develops close relationships with them over 6 weeks. And, she is the one that they see more, she's the elected official. She summoned them all in. Her name's on the summons. Her name's on the check that they get to payment every week for serving on the jury. And this person is back there in the jury room telling them in so many words, don't believe Alec when he testifies. Don't believe the defense. Don't let them confuse you. All of that happened at the end of the trial right before we put up our case. So that is one reason he got convicted, I promise you.
You mentioned new evidence. If you already addressed this, I apologize, but you mentioned new evidence that you're going to bring out. You mentioned DNA found under Maggie's fingernails. Is there other new evidence?
Well, let me say this. If there is, we tell you, I know you're not doing this intentionally, but you'll be telling them. So I don't think we tell you. How about that?
Fair enough.
Maybe not unintentionally, but anything else?
Do you think that Becky's done this with other trials before down in Thompson County?
Well, you don't know, do you?
Sure she has.
That's why this lawsuit is so important, because it's going to allow us to peel the onion on her and what she's done on this case with other people involved. Was she a lone wolf? Has she done it on other cases? But certainly, it was a despicable act, and the Supreme Court found it to be such. Anything else? Thank you very much for coming today.
Ooh, I'm glad that's over. That sound was god awful. Here is the report on that DNA from 3 years ago. Listen to this.
A new week and a new round of testimony from the witness.
This is so old. It's called Law and Crime Daily. This was before Jesse Weber took on
Prime Crime. Stand in the Alex Murdaugh murder trial. Why some of the jurors were dismissed from this high-profile case. Plus, what a DNA expert had to say about evidence found underneath a victim's fingernails that could be a win for the defense.
We can't really tell you how or when the DNA got there.
Law and Crime Daily, covering court cases from coast to coast.
Okay, this is what I want to hear about. The fingernails.
Murdaugh. DNA from an unidentified male was found underneath her fingernails after she and her son Paul were found shot to death at their country estate. Now, Paul and Alec were being excluded as the contributors, but the analysis couldn't really go much further because there wasn't enough to really create a DNA profile.
Okay, there wasn't enough to really create a DNA profile, or either there was or there wasn't.
DNA analyst Sarah Zapata was just one SLED analyst to testify Monday. On cross-examination, the defense wanted to hammer home that there could have been another person at the scene, but Zapata explained it's not that simple.
You all aware, as we've had previous testimony, that Maggie Murdaugh had been to a nail salon late that afternoon?
I did not have any information about that, no.
So if her nails were quite clean coming to Moselle, she doesn't have a lot of opportunity to have contact with unrelated males. Overrule the objection. So if her nails were clean coming to Moselle, it doesn't appear that she has much opportunity to have that kind of contact with unrelated males, does it?
It could be DNA, DNA under fingernails. You're picking up DNA anytime you touch an item, potentially. If she did get her nails done, it's possible that somewhere at the nail salon there was DNA that she picked up under her fingernails. We can't really tell you how or when the DNA got there, but at any point in time between getting her nails done and arriving home, she could touch an object, and potentially DNA from that object could be under her fingernails, or she can touch an individual and their DNA be under her fingernails in that way.
And the drama didn't end there. You see, Judge Clifton Newman started court by announcing that 2 jurors had to be released from jury service because they tested positive for COVID-19. The judge gave the
God. Okay, so she testified that there wasn't enough to get a profile. And they're saying, well, they didn't put it in CODIS, so they probably know there's no DNA left to test. So they're going to use that to say, well, what if, right? All right, are you guys ready for a palate cleanser? It's time to introduce to you what is being called, and this is audience participation time. This is an exhibit in New York City called Mind of a Serial Killer. And we're going to take a little walk through this. I'm going to go off camera because I don't want you guys to see my reactions, because your reactions are what I want. So let's see. Let's end this out. Should he get the DP? Should they go for the DP? 74% of you say yes. No, 26% with 203 votes coming in hot. So before we get into this exhibit that I'm going to show you, we are going to... we're going to put a poll up so you guys can vote as we're watching this. All right. Would you go to this exhibit? All right. You don't have to answer yet, but here we go. So this is called The Mind of a Serial Killer, The Experience. Step into the minds of Dahmer, Bundy, Gain, among many others. Whoops. It says, here you can buy tickets, delve into the darkest minds, immersive journey, and relive real crime scenes. Tickets are selling fast. And this is brought to you by the same places that do like the Titanic, like the traveling things. Okay. So let me share a couple. Well, let's go to the experience. So here it says, become an investigator. Dive into the twisted minds of history's most notorious killers. Uncover their psychological profiles and stand within chillingly accurate recreations of their crimes. From Bundy's Beetle to Dahmer's Kitchen, experience the reality up close. So a lot of you guys are excited, okay? So these are the serial killers that are presented. I'll scroll through them. I believe there's 20 infamous serial killers. We've got Warnos in there. Green River Killer, BTK, Dahmer, John Wayne Gacy, Bundy, Chikatilo, Me Wees, the Cannibal of Rottenburg, Shipman, Berkowitz, Ramirez, R. Chase, D. Parker Ray, Ed Kemper, Warnos, and H.H. Holmes. So they opened this in April of 2026. You're usually there about 90 to 120 minutes. You can be as young as 14. You can be as young as 14. It's $30. You can be in a wheelchair, and it says, this exhibition contains graphic or disturbing content. Viewer discretion is advised. They do make guests sign a digital waiver. So this is the waiver. You're acknowledging that you're responsible for your safety, your actions, that you're 18. Blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to read this whole thing. It says, well, let's read this, though. The rules. They must be 18 or older. You cannot have food or alcohol, animals, drugs, weapons, or you can't audio record. You're not supposed to record anyway. It's an educational experience. Respectful behavior is required at all times. No glorifying, celebrating, or joking about perpetrators, violence, or victims. No disruptive content, shouting, reenactments, shock-seeking behavior, or disturbing other guests. No clothing or props that promote or romanticize violence, serial killers, or harassment. No vaping. No hostile or harassing behavior. Stay on the walking trail and paths. It's recommended to wear closed-toe shoes. So you have to sign this before you go in. Okay? So let's go back here. We have some like really bad reviews on this and some really good reviews, but we're going to take a look at some of these photos here. And they also have a VR experience that you can do where you become the lead detective and you step into the crime scene with VR. Dude, you step into the crime scene with VR. Look at this. This is the freaking BTK. I know I'm giving away my thoughts here, but this is a rendition of the Arturo family's living room. This is their living room. Yeah, with a dummy of one of the victims. Along with their family photos. And these, yeah, children were bound and children were killed. A whole family. BTK took out a whole family. Well, we're going to vote at the end because I want to see what you guys think after. Okay, so here's another photo. This is actually the front door. It's very, I don't know. Like I'd walk past it and just be like, what's that? And then I've got another photo saved. Here is another picture of that living room. Y'all. Y'all. Y'all, what? You want to put on VR glasses and do this? Yeah, how would the families feel? I don't know. Here's a little virtual tour, though. Watch this. True crime fans in New York City, keep watching this video. So this is Dahmer's place here. God knows if there's brains or what. We've got photo albums with the BTK and like his family in a book. Kresha, I'm so glad you're here for this because I haven't even gotten to the best part. This is that living room. TV on and everything. Just like they were setting. Just like they were setting. Look at this bathtub. Recreated crime scenes. You can sit in there for a photo op. Look at all these props and stuff. And then they have a wall of victims. Okay, so let's go back here, okay? So they say unforgettable photo ops. Capture the fear, share the nightmare. Seize the chance to capture your chilling encounter. Pose with iconic props and scene recreations to prove you face the darkness. Step directly into the crime scenes. Here's a gallery. Let's take a look at the gallery. Whew. Okay, so the first picture we have here, this guy looks like freaking Ted Bundy. We have this crowbar for Ted Bundy. We got rope. We have a bloody bathtub with a girl taking a picture in it. This over here, I don't know what is. Wait till you see what they did with Bundy's VW. This is his VW. Well, I don't know if it's his, but wait, I'm going to show you what the headlights shine on. Watch this. Mind of a killer, New York City, Bundy's VW. Look at this, you guys. You guys. I'm going to restart the poll right now. I believe those little tags represent Bundy's victims. Okay, go ahead and vote. The first time around, it was 50-50. I'm loving reading your comments, though. Yes, you can be 14 with a parent's permission. I was kind of shocked at this one, to be honest with you. There's the bloody bathtub room. It's called the Vampire of Sacramento. And we thought CrimeCon was exploitive. Oh my God. So this guy wrote a whole article. I'm not gonna read the whole thing, but I will put it in chat right now if you guys want to check it out later. Save this article. Oh no, there's a fire in California. Thank you, Flo, for letting us know. Be careful. That's what I wondered. Who owns this? So we'll get to that. We'll get to that. So, tells you kind of, they walk through it and then it tells you what they saw. This is Jeffrey Dahmer's kitchen, a recreation of Jeffrey Dahmer's kitchen. Look at this shit, dude. There's a head in there. There's a head of the victim. Oh my God. I didn't even see this before. What is happening? There were audible gasps from visitors as an open refrigerator revealed a severed head and body parts on plates. Let's not announce other people's lives. Thanks. But let's stay on task here, guys. Here is the scene of the Otero family. The first victims of BTK, that's their living room. It's crazy. This is John Wayne Gacy. This is supposed to be the crawl space. The crawl space of John Wayne Gacy was redone. This is an investigation room. And then they have the VR. For those who want more, a virtual reality component on the upper level puts guests in the role of investigator, face to face with the killers. This is in New York City. So that's that article. I just wanted to show you that. Let's go back over here to the experience. You can buy gift cards. So this is brought to you by Exhibition Hub and Fever. Produced by Exhibition Hub in association with Fever, and their media partner is Secret New York City. But it said there is a, hang on a second. I'm missing the part about the victims. Hold on. There's a whole segment for the victims. Hold on. Oh, maybe it was in that article. Hold on. Let's see. Is it this one? So this is Fever. This is who puts it on. And it says, tickets are flying. We've just added new July dates. Secure your spot for New York City's most wanted experience. This is all Chat GPT, by the way. So it tells you what you can do there. Trying to find, they said they had a big thing for the victims. Hold on a second. Let me go to Secret New York City. Oh. Was it on here? Maybe it's here. No. Anyways, it did say that there was some kind of thing for victims, like at the very end. Hang on. Here, I'll show you what I'm looking at here. Let's see what this is.
Who's the mind behind the mind of a serial killer?
It's an excellent question about this 2-story exhibit with 24 rooms that is an immersive experience into some of the most prominent serial killers in history.
This is the Ted Bundy room. Now, we have a recreation of his 1968 Volkswagen Bug. Now, he removed the passenger seat because apparently it's easier to lure people in and harder for them to get out.
Exhibition celebrity host.
What? Exhibition celebrity host? Who is she?
Lakendra Tooks guides us through some of the dozens of killers you
Who the hell's Makendra Hooks?
can get to know pretty personally.
Some of the props he would use, he was charming, he was handsome, I guess some people would say, and he definitely used that to his advantage.
Did I mention that it's
he was not charming and handsome. Maybe to his girlfriend. Hey, Liz.
immersive? Quite a few areas of the exhibit, broadcast rules dictate we cannot show you. And the whole exhibit is for adults only due to its clearly mature content. But things like a recreation of gynecology chair and tools David Parker Ray used to restrain his victims. And
oh, no. Come on, a gynecology chair? Do we need to No, fuck that. If that was one of my family, I wasn't even going to give my opinion on this, but hell no. If that was one of my sisters that was put in a fucking gynecology chair and torture, oh, fuck, hell no. What is wrong with people, man? Holy shit.
We cannot show you. And the whole exhibit is for adults only due to its clearly mature content. But things like a recreation of gynecology chair and tools David Parker Ray used to restrain his victims and a full-scale mock-up of Jeffrey Dahmer's apartment give you an idea of what you're in for. Again,
don't you think that copycats would love this? Don't you think the copycats would love this shit? Oh my God, he's about to open the refrigerator.
And we can't show you all of its contents.
Never know what people have in their fridge.
The exhibit is opening shortly after Gilgo Beach, Long Island serial killer Rex Heuermann admitted his crimes and agreed to work with FBI serial killer analysts. For just over $30, you can analyze them as well by living through the experiences of victims and the men and women who killed them.
John Wayne Gacy is known as the killer clown. These young boys are reduced to bones in this evil man's crawl space and in this evil man's house.
You can also do a full VR investigation to solve some of the crimes that you can also spend hours living through. At the end of the tour is this reflection room, a place to...
Here we go. They're going to talk about the victims now. Kresha, it's called the reflection room.
To decompress, and it's kind of needed. I can tell you, as someone not naturally attracted to true crime, I found this to be as interesting, informative, educational, and fascinating as it is disturbing.
That's the reflection room where they honor the victims. I agree, Sparks. 71% of you said hell to the no.
Reporting from...
Is this horrendous? We're going to need another palate cleanser to wash out this viewing. All right, so let's go back to the website really quick. Okay, so pretty much, let's see. Oh, you can go in New York. There's a wait list in Seattle. They're coming to Seattle. In Europe, they're in Dublin. If you're in Dublin, you can go. Brussels. There's a wait list. No, they don't do this shit at CrimeCon. No, they don't. They don't have crime reenactments like that. I've never seen that through CrimeCon. Keys, do you remember the TV movie, I Think My Name is Steven? That's Dee Parker Ray's brother. Oh, I do. I do, Keys. Thank you for your super chat. Brian Hooker would be a palate cleanser. So that's the cities you can go to. But yeah, that's the experience. I thought that was pretty crazy. I was like, I've never seen anything like this. I wish I could find that video about the... When did they post this? 12 weeks ago? Hold on. Hold on. And then we're going to get into Brian Hooker. That's going to be our palate cleanser from this. Whoops, secret. Of a serial killer, secret, New York City. Because this is their media people. Let's see. Oh, wait. I know what I can do. Mind of a serial killer. Reflection room. Oh, wow. Okay, here we go. The reflection room is the final immersive space in Mind of a Killer. So you go through this whole thing. God, I did it again. You go through this whole thing, okay? And when you get to the reflection room, it's a stark contrast to the dark crime scene recreations. The room features mirrored floors and walls, stands of candles, and rolls through the names of victims to encourage quiet contemplation, empathy, and closure. And I'm so glad Kresha is here because I'd love to hear what she would think of that being a reflection room for the victims. And I thought to myself, what if they did this with Idaho 4 and literally had the victims laying in their spots? You know, I want to see a video of this reflection room. Who's this? Oh, wait, listen.
Serial killers. We all watch true crime, listen to podcasts. This takes it a giant leap forward. This is the Mind of a Serial Killer exhibit where we really step into the mind of a serial killer, where we not only take a look at the crimes, but we look at the psychology, the weapons they used, some of their cars. There's recreations, like right now we're standing in Jeffrey Dahmer's apartment. A lot of these people, they look quote unquote normal. They live in apartments and homes just like ours. Jeffrey Dahmer had neighbors. He could be our neighbor. Ted Bundy, he used his 1968 Volkswagen Beetle, a very iconic car, and he also iconically removed the passenger seat to better trap his victims. I'd say maybe use the buddy system here, maybe bring a friend, maybe somebody to hold their hand. And I want to add, this is designed for people 18 and up. This is a little graphic. I would leave the kids at home for this one.
No, I don't think CrimeCon would ever go this route. This is gory. I don't think CrimeCon would ever have a bloody scene that people can sit in a bloody bathtub and take pictures. This is beyond CrimeCon. This is some diabolical shit. And I concur with Bert and Ernie. I'm sorry you have to go through shit like this. Imagine being like family members of the Otero family. And you have memories in the Otero's living room of Christmas or something. And you see this shit. Think about it. Imagine if Jeff Dahmer, think about the woman. Remember when that woman testified in court, went off in court on Jeff Dahmer, one of his victims' sisters? Do you guys remember that? I wonder how she would feel seeing this monster with her brother's head in the fridge. Ugh. Like, I literally have a lump in my throat. And I tried to get through that, not giving my opinion, but 71% of you agree with me. How would she feel seeing this? Watch.
My name is Rita Isbell, and I'm the oldest sister of Errol Lindsay. Whatever your name is, Satan. I'm mad. This is how you act when you are out of control. I don't want to ever see my mother have to go through this again. Never, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, I hate you, mother. I hate you. This is out of control. Don't me, Jeffrey. I kill you. Look at me, mother. I kill you.
Punch him, Ray fast.
I kill you.
They should have let her go. They should have just let her go. And then you have this. Glorifying with his apartment. No. Her emotion, every fucking fiber of her body. Because it's real to them. It's not a fucking show. It's not a fucking game. God, man, I know, ATS, I can hardly even stand it. It's tough. And then you got this shiz. You know? I can't imagine. You got that head in a freaking refrigerator. Okay. Let's end our poll. Some wild shit. I don't know how I find this stuff. I don't know. 70% of you said, no, I would not attend this exhibit. It's sad to think that we're going backwards, isn't it? Sad to think we're going backwards. Can you imagine how much money they're making off that? I know. It's not just New York City, Seattle, Europe. It feels like we took 20 steps back. It really does. We can have a deeper discussion on this because there was a stream with a victim's advocate that was done last week that I don't think got enough attention. So we're going to go over that. Maybe on Friday we'll play that. Because it was really good and it was really mind-opening. And Kresha, I'm going to send you the link because I think that it would be a really good stream for you to listen to. Hey, Lamity. It is. That anguish is real. It's so real. Look into Stephen, the brother. It's so sad. No, they don't have to get permission. So what would happen if they do the Idaho 4 and they show Kaylee, Maddie, Ethan, and Xana? It's right in our face. True crime is true. You know, they'll keep adding on. I just thought that maybe we had come a little bit further, but true crime, it's a big money maker, unfortunately. Yep. AJ, I agree with that. All right. We've got a massive bombshell from Ashley and Lindsay. Shout out to Linz.
The law and crime.
Especially when the justice system feels so lopsided for victims in the first place. Yeah. It's just funny how a lot of us approach this. There's a lot of people out there who approach this as fun stuff. It's just interesting to me, and that's why I wanted to kind of present it, because I just wanted to see my audience where they stood on this stuff. And it looks like 70%. And I don't knock the 30% that would go. I definitely, Nomad says, that lady might have changed my mind. I'd love for you to do the show and then let us vote again. Okay, so on Friday, we'll revisit and we'll do that Victims Advocate show. And it was really good. It was former law enforcement who's now working with victims. It was an excellent, excellent show. And it really made me feel good about stuff. So we'll do that on Friday, and then we'll see. We'll revisit this museum and see if you would still want to go. So I don't have shade on the 30% that would go, because I have said in the past, like, I would love to go to that museum in Tennessee. So there's definitely no shade on your depth of curiosity. No shade at all. And people kind of, you know, take this in at their own pace and stuff. Not everybody's in the same place. So there's really no shade towards anyone. But I think that highlighting it and talking about it is important so we get a greater perspective on the victims' aspect of these cases. No patience. Drive safe. Hope you had a good time at the beach. Mama Bear says no, no, no. And Trisha out there exploiting victims at CrimeCon is shameful. That's more shameful than CrimeCon. Sparky says, I think whoever does want to go should really understand the reason they want to go before they do it. Well, they say like, oh, it's a great date night thing and, you know, a group activity. I don't know. All right, so let's get into Hooker. We had a massive splash heard near the Soulmate after Lynette vanished. So thank you, Linz and Ashley, once again, for staying on this case. We want justice for Lynette all day, every day. I feel like an arrest has to be imminent with the Coast Guard and the feds having the Soulmate in their possession and digging through it. I'll text it to you later, Kresha.
To, you know, launch hell and high water to try to find Lynette, only to realize his story's so preposterous. Now we're really finding all the evidence to prove him wrong. And I just found...
I'm going to go grab a drink, but I'm listening.
Something. As it turns out, somewhere around 9:30 at night, and that would be more than 2 hours after Brian and Lynette left the Abaco Inn, and only minutes later she bounced off the back of the boat and he floated to Marsh Harbor, and you know the rest of the story. 9:30, post 9:30 at night, when nobody has been on Soulmate, right? Their 46-foot sloop that they live aboard for the last 4 years, that's where the dinghy was headed when all hell broke loose. They never made it to Soulmate. Well, around 9:30 at night, a witness reported hearing a massive splash off of that boat, because that boat was only parked about 100 yards offshore. And there are some lovely homes right there. And that witness, she heard a big splash. And it was so significant that it registered with her. Not only that, I have a little more detail about those flares. Remember the flares that a group of witnesses said that they saw a flare around 8 o'clock at night? The timing may be off, but there's more resolution to the flare story now. And it's about the direction of the flare. Because I've always said if a flare went up into the sky, everybody would have seen it. We would have had so many more reports. But now I'm finding out why we may not have. All of this comes to us from Jim Todd, who is a volunteer with Hopetown Volunteer Fire and Rescue. I have said this about them before. They are entirely volunteer. They are entirely donation-based. Please give generously to Hopetown Volunteer Fire and Rescue. Because those guys are heroes, and Jim Todd is a hero. He is a saint in the story of getting justice for Lynette Hooker. Jim Todd was one of the first people to pull Brian up onto the rescue boat after he'd been marooned on shore at 4 o'clock in the morning after floating across the Sea of Abaco after losing his wife. You know the bullshit story. Jim Todd rescued this guy, brought him up onto the rescue vessel and said, let's go find your wife. Went to Soulmate with him right away. And he's got something to say about the timing, about when they got up next to Soulmate and what happened within the hour that they were there. It is big news. It is coming in just a moment. You're going to hear from him. The discrepancy about Brian Hooker telling his mother-in-law that he beached up on Marsh Harbor after a terrifying night at sea, having no power because Lynette bounced out with the keys. Bullshit, bullshit. And then when he was beached up on Marsh Harbor, he went knocking on 2 doors. Nobody answered. And then flagged down a vehicle who just took off without him. Well, Jim Todd is about to tell you why. That, too, is 100% preposterous. Almost impossible, in fact. Totally implausible. Far-fetched. Inconceivable. These are the words from a stoic and mindful rescue officer who said the story that Brian Hooker told his mother-in-law about trying to get help doesn't work. You're going to hear him say every reason why and tell you logistically why it couldn't have happened that way. And while all of this new information is coming in, I can tell you this. Everything that you saw at the Coast Guard station in Fort Pierce, Florida, the pictures that we got, first the pictures we got of them towing the soulmate in, and then putting it up at the dock, then CGIS agents, United States Coast Guard Investigative Service, those agents going on and off the boat, carrying things, wrapping it in crime scene tape. Well, guess what? Word is that they got a gold mine, forensic gold mine.
Oh, shit.
Shit is getting real, Brian Hooker. First of all, we know that they had computers and tablets, everything on board. We knew that. We already knew that. All we wondered was, did he take those things off? Because he had 4 days after Lynette went missing, to the point where he went into detention and then got seriously scared about being in the Bahamas and bounced right out of there. What was he able to do to the boat? What did he take out of there? If he took anything, because he's not charged with anything, right? Yeah, tick, tock. But there was a lot on that boat. A lot. Like, we know for a fact, the 2 engines that we've seen with our own eyes, those have telemetrics, those models. Basically, you can hook them up to your phone to say, how much time do I have left on my electric engine and all the rest. So, 2 engines. I wonder if he still had one on board. I wonder if maybe one could be switched out for the other and then put back on to make it look like it didn't go anywhere. Bahamians still have the dinghy and one of the engines. I wonder if they were able to get an engine down in the hold when they raided the boat. They sure carried a lot of stuff off board. And you know what? Brian was a, how do I say this, tech nerd geek? Geeking out, networking the boat, Lynette said in one of her discussions with family. Yeah, so there's a lot on that boat. And from what we are hearing, it was a gold mine for investigators. I want you to now listen to this incredibly insightful conversation. It is the 3rd time I have now spoken with Jim Todd from Hopetown Volunteer Fire and Rescue. Give generously, please. And each time he calls me to say that he's just learned more information that opens up a whole other can of worms. And boy, is this a can of worms. Here's my conversation with Jim. Jim, the latest information that we received from Darlene Hamlet, that's Lynette's mom.
Now, mind you, I haven't heard this yet. I haven't heard this. This guy, if you haven't been following, he is a volunteer searcher in the Bahamas. She's spoken to him many times. But I guess he's got some new information for us. Musk lost in court? No way. He was so cocky about it, too.
Was that Brian told her that after he washed up on shore in Marsh Harbor, he knocked on 2 doors that didn't answer. What are the chances that that actually happened?
The chances of that are essentially 0, because where we found the dinghy and where we found...
You hear that, Hooker? Tick-tock. Thank you, Marcy. Listen.
That are essentially 0.
You hear that, Hooker? Your story? The chances of that are 0. He said fucking 0.
Chances that that actually happened?
The chances of that are essentially 0, because where we found the dinghy and where we observed him standing next to the dinghy early on that Sunday morning, we have a clear location of where that is in Marsh Harbor. And it is nothing but scrub bush, very thick scrub bush directly to the west. And if you walked a great distance, hundreds of yards through thick brush, there's nothing there. There's eventually a little commercial building. And again, this would have been happening at 4 o'clock on Sunday morning. There would be no lights back there. It would be like making a decision to walk through the deepest, darkest jungle, heading due west into the island. Where the other option is, if you wash up on this shore in your dinghy, for the last 30 minutes, you will have seen, or even longer, you would have seen the boatyard at Calcutta, 150 yards to the north, and that boatyard is extremely brightly lit up at night. I mean, it's a landmark at night. That boatyard is so lit up. So if you're coming across the water, whether you're being blown by the wind or blown and also paddling, the boatyard is a giant beacon. That's where to go. And if you were to get washed up on the beach, given the choice of going a reasonably short distance along the shore, to the extremely bright lights and every reason to believe that there would be civilization and assistance, that's what you would do. The alternative would be to go south where there was almost inaccessible and no houses for a great, great distance, or to go west a great distance through the bush. Virtually impossible.
So that I'm trying to sort of get a beat on Brian, making sure that, I think one of his texts even to you was that, did you check there's a subdivision back there? What is he referring to? Because I have heard that there is a subdivision around there somewhere, but where is it and how accessible is it?
Yeah, that's a little bit different. That is further south from where the boat is.
So that's the subdivision he was talking about. Remember in his phone call, he was like, there's these houses or whatever, and I walked up and knocked, and somebody pulled over and then drove away.
There's a community called Sweetings Village, and I might speculate that there's 30 houses in this area. Roads come from the main street in Marsh Harbor out toward the shore. They don't come right up to the shoreline, but they come up near the shore. And so there is a community there, but you might remember that the green flotation device was found a couple of 100 yards south of the dinghy, and then Sweetings Village was in that area. But there's water inlets there that you wouldn't be able, from the dinghy, you wouldn't be able to walk straight to that community because there's a little water inlet. And again, it's pitch black. And if you're stumbling your way south along the shore, it would be just virtually impossible to go 300, 150, 200 yards south in the pitch black along the shore with no beacon or nothing drawing you in. And then you would have hit an inlet, and you would have again had to have turned west into the island and go through more jungle to get directed back in. So that subdivision would not have been a reasonable approach direction to go in at 4 o'clock on Sunday morning. And to your point, when he made a reference to me in a text message about the subdivision, if I recall correctly, it was in the context of where we found the flotation device.
Yeah, interesting that he knew right away that there was this subdivision near the flotation device and was so surprised that the flotation device would float all the way across the Sea of Abaco with him just a couple hundred yards away.
That was an odd statement when he said it. I think he may have used the word incredible. He says it's incredible. What was the noun that he used? It was incredible that it was only 150 yards from me the whole time. It didn't strike me as all that incredible because that's the way the wind was blowing. And yeah.
Right? That's the flotation pattern unless you didn't float there. Or maybe you placed it there. So, I mean, I think it is so critical to just summarize what you just said. If you're really truly floating with no power and you are marooned and you are coming up on shore, presumably you've had a couple of hours watching those lights getting closer and closer. I think he might have even at some point have said that he tried to paddle to get towards the boatyard. And you would know full well if you're trying to get to the boatyard, paddling or hoping to get to where bright lights are instead of dark jungle, your first inclination would not to be to walk away from the lights. No, it would be to walk towards the civilization.
Right. It's overwhelmingly obvious. It would be like if someone said, I need to walk 100 miles to the east, but I'm going to walk 13,000 miles to the west and end up in the same place. It was just overwhelmingly obvious. That's where civilization is. It's so well lit up that that's where help is going to be. And it's just incomprehensible that somebody would not go toward the light when the dinghy was only about 150 yards, if I recall. Maybe a little bit longer, further, but about 150 yards.
By the way, brings me to the point where if you were going to, he did say something to Blaine, I think at some point, Blaine Stevenson, he said,
Blaine is the friend of his that he called and spoke to for like 45 minutes instead of looking for Lynette. Hooker is so fucked. Oh, thank you, Georgia Dog. Stay hydrated.
I had to really bushwhack my way through. I'm paraphrasing here, but effectively what I recall from the statement was I really had to get through the thicket, getting through all of this jungle to get to that boatyard. Couldn't you just go right along the shore?
Yeah, and you would have gone straight along the shore. The shore would have been rough. But as I recall, if there is brush that comes out all the way to the shore, it's just small little growths out to the shore. It's mostly walking along rocks to the boatyard area.
He also mentioned something to Darlene about the rocks being very sharp on his feet. And
yeah, he was wearing slides. Georgia Dog, tell everybody about the Florida Cooter yesterday and what you did. Thank you, Kelly. Oh, wow, look at that one. Whoop.
I remember you telling me something very specific about what Brian was wearing when you rescued him that morning, just a few hours after he went up on the shore.
Slides.
What was he wearing that sort of doesn't go well with the whole description of the rocks being sharp on his feet?
He was wearing, I think the phrase that people use is sliders, but like a flip-flop.
Slides.
Slides. Okay. He was wearing slides, and
he was wearing slides. He's like, oh, it was really hard. It was really sharp on my feet. Brian Hooker.
He's like this little pussy.
What a fucking liar. Everything you've said has been proven to be a lie.
Bing bong.
Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies.
I think soon he's
Going to the clinker, the big house.
Spill it, G-Dog. I watched him. We scrubbed his shell and got a few pics. I told them that you were trying to get it was so funny. We tried to clean his shell because we felt bad for him, but now we find out that was natural camouflage. And that keeps him safe from predators.
And they're fairly common down here. What maybe people would think of as flip-flops or something like that. Some of the rock can be rough, and in pitch dark, it would be challenging to walk across the rock. Sometimes people refer to it as moon rock because it's kind of spiky from thousands of years of erosion. But the flip-flops or the slides would have made it, very practical to work your way across the rocks. You certainly wouldn't decide to go inland through the almost impenetrable bush versus staying on the rocks on the shore.
And you keep your slides on while going over all that rough rock. And by the way, Nathan has showed us incredible video of what that rock really looks like. It does look very sharp. You keep your slides on.
Sure. Yeah, you definitely keep them on.
So Jim, just again to revisit the option for a slides-clad Brian Hooker washing up on shore would be to go to the bright lights of the civilization off to the right about 150 yards that he's been watching as he's been floating slowly closer and closer to Marsh Harbor, or to go into the blackness, which if you look from Google Maps, you might say, sure, there's a subdivision close by. But realistically and topographically, if you're a local who knows better, it's almost unreachable on foot from where he landed that dinghy.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, it's almost like you pose the question as option one and option two. There really isn't an option two. If you're 150 yards from the bright lights, you obviously would go to the bright lights versus the dark bush.
Bing bong.
Yeah, I have a much more coarse way of saying it. I say it's bullshit. I'm sure you have a more eloquent way of putting it. What would that be?
Inconceivable might be a way of saying it. It's inconceivable that someone would go either west or south when there's a extremely well-lit boatyard 150 yards to the north.
Talk to me a little bit about the idea of knocking on doors. Let's just say he made the inconceivable trip. Would there only be 2 doors to knock on? Because I thought there were close to 30 in that subdivision.
Yeah, there's something like 30. I would just make a guess. There's 3 long streets from the more major street along the subdivision, the distance of the subdivision, and there's houses on both sides. And
you know what it means?
If someone were to get onto these paved roads.
Oh, he's talking about those roads we saw. But listen, you know what that reminds me of? UNC?
Cooter undercover. Cooters, unite!
That's what it means to me. Cooters, unite.
You would go to the first house and knock on the door, and then you would just walk up the street.
He's a volunteer searcher in the Bahamas. He's a volunteer, and he was with Brian Hooker for the 4 hours and he helped Brian Hooker find someone to get his dinghy. Because Brian Hooker lost his little dinghy. His little one. The little dinghy. Brian Hooker, you have a little tiny dinghy.
And the street is fairly long. Each one of these 3 streets is fairly long. But once you're on the street, you would stay on it and just knock on doors. Now, it's not like a tight subdivision, so it's not like there's a house every quarter acre. But you just walk up the street knocking on doors until you roused somebody. You wouldn't try 2. Right. You wouldn't try 2 doors in this neighborhood and then turn around and go the other way.
all the way back to the boatyard.
Right, back through the difficult terrain that you would have had to cross to get to the subdivision.
Right. And let's just say you decided not to go through that horrible journey through the thickets and the inlet that you'd have to cross. You decided to go out via the roadway. That is a hell of a long walk to go out via the roadway.
Yes.
Yeah, none of it makes sense. But then also, these are homes that are occupied. These aren't like big, expensive vacation homes that people are sometimes in for a month or so a year. These are people who live there in these homes in Marsh Harbor.
Yeah, absolutely. These are not vacation homes. They are real people who live and work here. There are hardworking Bahamians who this is their life, and they're here all the time.
And they would have answered the door to a man who was in distress, who had just been marooned on the on the shore of Marsh Harbor.
Yeah, I mean, they would have answered the door and given help, and if they were concerned, they would have called the police and brought help.
Yes.
Okay, so that's huge. That neighborhood is people all year round. They're not just going to the Bahamas for the fuck of it, like snowbirds or something. They're there all the time. Thank you for all the jewels, you guys. Teeny weeny, shriveled little, short, dinky.
Let's talk about this vehicle, the mystery man that I put out an appeal to on the podcast. If it was you, call me. I don't expect a call anytime soon. What did you make of this story that I waved down a passing car 4 a.m. in a remote area of Marsh Harbor where I don't know that there are any roads near where he washed up?
Why are
and the car just took
such
off.
idiots?
Extremely far-fetched. I mean, again, the probability approaches zero because, again, at 4 a.m. on Sunday morning, on these streets in Sweeting's Village, and also a street a little bit further north, I don't know the name of it, but it's a street with an industrial building on it. At 4 a.m. in the morning, there's not going to be anybody out. And generally speaking, everybody down here is very helpful, and it's a small community, and if someone were standing in the road that appeared to be in distress, you would stop. And at the very least, you'd stop and roll down the window a little bit and have some communication, and then use your telephone to bring them aid. So,
you call the police. You do something.
Yeah. If the statement, well, yeah, it's hard to even refer to statements when they get so far-fetched. But to say that he made it through the bush to a street, and
he made it through the bush. But yeah.
Far-fetched. But to say that he made it through the bush to a street and attempted to wave someone down, as we understand it, it's just extremely far-fetched.
Well, and let's remind everybody again, the community in the Abacos is very small, and it is not 1970s New York City where you might drive by someone in distress.
Right, and this story is well known that, as you said, if someone saw themselves being waved down and then didn't stop for fear, they would probably step forward now at this point.
And say, it was me. I was that one. I was afraid I didn't stop, and I wish I had. Yeah.
As the story, as we understand it, it's extremely far-fetched.
Yeah. What's frustrating, Jim, so much of this is frustrating, but what's frustrating when I speak with you is how hard you and your fellow volunteers at the Hopetown Volunteer Fire and Rescue give generously, please. I'm going to say it again, please. It's entirely volunteer. Hopetown Volunteer Fire and Rescue. How hard you all worked for days looking for Lynette based on false information, incomplete information, obfuscation, and then a guy who was sitting on the porch of the Conch Inn for 2 days and not going and getting a boat to join in the search.
That's quite a contrast, isn't it? And people here, I mean, we had people call a Bahamian, a second homeowner who lives on Elbow Key, and they know my wife, Cindy, and they called Cindy and said, our family has property on a string of keys near Toulouse Cut. And
ooh, see, it pays to know people. Look at Ashley. She's like, tell me more.
And there's a blown out building from years back and has a cistern on it. And I've just got a feeling about that cistern. Somebody should check it out. And so Cindy got in her kayak and paddled a long way. I don't know, maybe 3 miles.
Wow, this guy's wife is looking for Lynette. Thank you, Cindy. These people are amazing people. Listen to this shit. Where are you, Hooker? Where the hell are you?
And so Cindy got in her kayak and paddled a long way. I don't know, maybe 3 miles. So she paddled in her kayak 3 miles down to this string of keys. And at this point, she's 5 feet away from the shore. She can get as close as she wants to. and she circled these 3 keys right up close, and then went to the key that had the blown away dwelling from many years ago, and she could see that the cistern was completely overgrown with, access to the cistern was completely overgrown, and that told her she didn't need to make an attempt to go find the cistern because it was essentially inaccessible. But I just say that as a point of people are working hard to try and think about where people should be searching, and they're communicating to people who have an ability to do it. And so Cindy went and did it, and consequently was able to presumably eliminate that as a potential area. And that's just one instance of many. I was really happy to see how thoroughly Nate had looked at the northwest side of Lovers, because I think that is a number 1 or number 2 highest likely area. If a body is buried, that's one of the high likelihood areas. And to the credit of not me, but other colleagues on Fire and Rescue, on Sunday morning, one of our colleagues had drones flying all over the northern tip of Lovers Quarters, on the west side and on the northern tip and on the east side and across the middle of the island. And he was able to navigate the drones right up close to the shore. So there was a thorough look for anything that had been washed up. And so,
well, and of course, what everyone's looking for is what they believe at the time is a woman who went overboard and maybe stranded and needing help, or God forbid, might be a body that washed up on the shore. They're not looking for potential grave sites, which is a very different kind of look.
That's right. That's right. And that's actually, if there's a body buried, I think that one of the higher probability places, I believe they have sent cadaver dogs there, would be the northwest shore on Elbow Key of a development called The Sanctuary. And it's right, you're familiar with it, you've seen it, when you're going west out of the White Sound Channel, that little peninsula on the left. They're doing a lot of road grading, a lot of palm tree planting, and a lot of churning the ground. And I have walked that area, driven it, and many others have also. And the challenge there is that everything looks like a grave because all of the dirt has been...
It's all disturbed.
It's all disturbed, right. Yeah. And I don't know it firsthand, but I understand that the U.S. Coast Guard cadaver dogs did go there.
Well, I know for a fact, having seen them, because I was there at the time, they were looking at that entire area. Again, as you exit White Sound Channel, turn left, turn south. There's sort of a bunch of mangroves and like low-lying cliff-like, rock formations along the water.
Yeah.
And they were very, very interested in that spot. It's a matter of access, accessing it, which was tricky for them. And one dog, can only do so much.
Right.
Those puppy dogs get tired and overworked in the hot Bahamian sun. So my hope is that there will be additional searching, and I'm crossing my fingers for that. That's a story that's coming in the days to come. But Brian said something to you about Lovers, didn't he?
Yeah, refresh my memory if there's something specific you're thinking of, but he said...
I think he told you that his plan was to land on Lovers and then break into some houses or something of that sort.
Right. So on Sunday morning, I was on the front of the rescue boat. He and I had a lengthy discussion about where he believes Lynette went over the side on the dinghy. And in the process of trying to identify that, he said he drifted to the northern tip of Lovers. He finally threw out an anchor, and he stayed anchored there approximately an hour. He fired one flare or two flares. He fired a flare, one or more. I can't speak to the quantity, but he fired a flare from...
He told Darlene he fired 2 flares, and there's information that he only fired 1. That the actual flare may have only fired 1. I don't have that 100% confirmed, but there is information that only 1 flare went out of that gun, but he said to Darlene that he fired 2.
Right. So he fired a flare, or a combination of flares, and then eventually he told me, and so I had my 1 broken oar, and I decided I would paddle to the northern tip of Lovers and find a house and break in and use the telephone to call for help. And when I raised the anchor to get to Lovers, I was unable to get to make land, and then consequently got blown west to where he came up on the beach. That's what he...
Can I ask you... can I ask you something about that? I have not boated over the northern part of Lubbers Quarters. However, others who have told me that there is a massive shoal that goes out, that it is extremely shallow all over the northern tip. So if you're at the northern tip of Lubbers, you could theoretically get out and stand.
Yes, probably 50 yards out, there's a good chance that you could stand up. It's very shallow. No one in a boat would go close to the northern tip of Lubbers because it's known to be short and to be shallow. And then from that point, the northern tip of Lubbers, as you go west, there's then a massive sandbar that...
He never expected this. Brian Hooker, you are so screwed. You never expected that a journalist who's also a captain or has been a captain would stay on your ass to go so far as to travel to the Bahamas, make these connections, and hear all of your differing stories and bullshit. He never could have put this in his bingo card. Thank God for Ashley.
Heads toward Marsh Harbor, and a bigger boat would not loop around to the west side of Lubbers. But if you were in a dinghy, it would be, if you're in a dinghy with a motor,
You could do that and more.
then it would be easy to
Simple.
loop around.
So, and the other thing is for people who aren't boaters or liveaboards or cruisers or sailors or anything, all the words you want to ascribe to people who spend a lot of time on boats in areas where they become familiar, comfortable, enjoy, and then move on. If you're in a keelboat that draws about, I'm just going to guess that a 46-foot sloop draws about 4 to 6 feet.
That's right.
minimum.
He actually mentioned that when we talked. He said his boat drew about 5 feet.
Okay, so I'm right on. And that was a real guess. You're going to know this. You are going to know where these very shallow shoals are and sandbars are because you are sailing in the Abacos. And this is a very key part of the Abacos. It's not like you just wouldn't know that if you're drifting over it at night.
No, that's exactly right. If you were in a 43-foot sailboat and you're coming through an area for the first time and you're enjoying your vacation and you're cruising and you have a 5-foot keel, 5 feet is actually kind of deep in our area. You really have to pay attention. And he would know that. He would have known that if he had been here for 2 weeks because he would have already hit bottom.
And isn't that ironic that a lubber is a big, clumsy, or awkward person? That's you. That's you, Hooker. Belly up. A belly up lubber.
He's like this little pussy.
And realized, okay, I really have to be circumspect. And that west side of Lubbers on a chart and visually, when you're looking at it from a distance, is extremely appealing. I mean, it would be a magnet of, I've got to anchor back here behind Lubbers on the west side. It's just so pristine.
Visually appealing, not so much on the chart.
You would look at it in the chart and say, oh, no, I can't do that. I mean, it would be a clear no-go. And you wouldn't have to be very experienced or sophisticated to know that you can't get there by a boat.
You mean like a guy who is able to text you saying ebb tide, slack tide, midnight tide? Someone who knows the tides, to use that kind of terminology, would know enough about depth in a very appealing spot
He
to
knew
say,
all about it.
We've been by that place a bunch of times, crossing Sea of Abaco from Marsh Harbor over to Elbow Key.
Right.
You got to be really careful and avoid that spot.
Yep. And there is, on the northwest tip of Lubbers, there are 2 little beaches that by observation on...
Can you hear the waves? He's sitting on his porch, and you can hear the waves crashing. I want to be
either
there.
by observation on a chart or maybe even more clearly on Google Maps on your phone, you can see that they're beaches. And if you're looking for something with softer sand versus rock, there's an attraction there if that's what you were looking for.
Well, and Nathan is looking. Again, when looking, it all depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for Lynette's dry bag, if you're looking for Lynette's bathing suit cover-up, if you're looking for her Conch Republic headscarf, or if you're looking for what looks like potentially a grave. And that's really hard in the sand. But I will say this. Anyone who's out looking should be watching very, very closely.
Hey, Vogue.
And this is a very macabre topic, but you should be watching very closely for some kind of concavity, some kind of indentation in the sand, because as a body that might be buried decomposes, they break down and the sand or earth above them is displaced and often falls. That's why you can sometimes see where a shallow grave is, because it's not even with the rest of the earth. It droops in where the body has, displaced that earth.
So she's definitely giving Nathan, who's doing these searches, these tips.
If anyone's out looking, make sure to look for that. And maybe some brush that looks, piled very unnaturally on top of one spot. Not what the wind or the surf would bring in, but somebody would actually physically have to pile something in a formation like that.
And, if somebody had some digging to do on the shore, maybe it would take an hour. And that's why the story of I anchored there for an hour in case the dinghy had been observed. But
it's a really good point.
The problem is that, well, maybe not the problem. The challenge is the story that he's told is so obviously, cumulatively, obviously not true.
I go further. I say preposterous.
Right. I mean, I had math training in my past, and it's a statistical issue of, to believe his story, you have to believe this, and this, and this, and this, and this. And then statistics, you have to multiply them together. And when you multiply fractions together, it becomes an increasingly smaller number.
Ha, he says you're full of shit. You guys, get your votes in. Get your votes in. Let me know if you're newer to my channel in the last year, because I have a little treat for you guys at the end.
So the believability of falling out in broad daylight, swimming away from the boat in broad daylight, and deciding not to throw a life jacket out when there's life jackets in the bottom of the boat getting in the way, and not throwing an anchor out until you've drifted, and all those come up to the probability approaches zero.
Oh, I'll add to you, if you're driving, which he says Lynette was, in terrible seas, and yet she's not the usual driver, you're the one who would be driving. But okay, let's give him that. If she's about to bounce out, her hand is on the throttle, and the other hand is likely stabilizing herself on the pontoon, and somehow both of those hands, as she's bouncing out, are able to grab the lanyard with the electric key on it and the dry bag, which is likely in the well of the dinghy, because it's one of those longer strapping ones, and it would really kind of displace you and make your weight uneven if you had it strapped on you while you're driving. Most people don't put a cross bag on while driving a dinghy like that. They'd put it in the bottom of the boat, especially if they're driving in conditions like that. So again, I mean, every ounce of what he says is garbage.
And when you have, and all of those things have to be true for the story to be true, and that's what makes it so diminishingly likely. However, on the other side, all of the potential things that he could have done, or there's so many possibilities. The probability of any one of them is relatively small, except now, statistically speaking, we're not multiplying the probability of each one. We're adding the probability, because we're saying it could have been this.
I don't even know what he's saying at this point.
She could be buried here.
I don't even know what he's saying. All I know is, Brian Hooker, you are full of bullshit.
Or, and when you use the word or, then you add the probabilities together. And then you get this
Heather.
collection of potential stories, and collectively, one of them is true. And it may be that we don't have the imagination yet to get to the right story.
Well, you feel like Puff the Magic Dragon to get to the story that he tells. Think all those natural products you're buying are from wholesome mom and pop companies?
No. I don't.
Your vessel, the rescue vessel, sometime around 7:30 or so in the morning. What time do you think you got up to his sailboat and then tied your rescue vessel up alongside Soulmate, at which point he scrambled above and then, messed around with that air conditioning unit, presumably to get a Heidi key, because he said he had to break into his own boat because Lynette had the keys. What time do you think that might have been that, he's getting up on board and then getting down below with that police officer?
I recall pretty clearly that we left Marsh Harbor with Brian Hooker and the police officers approximately 7:25. It's a pretty close, on a boat, it's a pretty quick trip. And we would have been tied up to the side of his boat in the range of 7:45.
So he's getting up on board now around 7:45 and tinkering with the air conditioner, again, presumably to get the Heidi key to open up and break into his own boat to go down below with the police officer. That would have taken how long?
Oh, I remember it was maybe, for him to gain access, from tinkering to gaining access, probably less than a minute, not very long.
Okay, quickly. All right, so about 7:45, give or take a few minutes.
Yeah.
He's going down below with the officer.
That's right.
And he's down there till 8:45.
Yeah, that's a pretty strong estimate on my part, but that's what I would guess at, yes.
I've measured that up against his AIS, which went, so it's looked at by my ship tracking as a vessel event, but at 9:29 p.m. the night before it went out, and at 8:34 a.m., it went back on. And so it's entirely possible, as he's coming back out with the police officer, he could have switched back on his AIS and walked out above deck, got back onto your vessel, and then gone off looking for Lynette.
Sure, he would have had access to all of his controls, and I assume that at some point he was at the behest of the police officer, rummaging around looking for paperwork and doing things, and presumably it would be easy to turn on his AIS. And this is the first time I've heard you're telling me that on Saturday night at what time the AIS?
9:29 p.m. His AIS went out of coverage, 9:29 p.m. And it remained out of coverage until 8:34 a.m. the next morning when it went back on.
Well, the 8:34 data point is extremely reasonable. I would say, yeah, we were there for that 8:34 data point. But it's a shocking bit of information that his AIS was, I don't want to use the wrong words, but was turned off or disabled.
Out of coverage.
That's
out of coverage is the way that it's logged as the event.
So did he turn it off?
Listen, I'm wondering if you're sitting in the rescue vessel for that hour with the other Hopetown Volunteer Fire and Rescue members and
look at Vogue coming in hot with 40 months. No, I think you're 40 months on maybe the other channel. Oh my God, 34. Wow, time flies. You guys are so kind. Thank you for all the kind words.
The other police officers.
Aw, Nick.
Do you recall any of your observations? Like, did you recall any kind of power event, hearing anything going on or lights coming on or anything at all sometime just before they emerged from down below?
No. Observed nothing. The engine was not cranked. Did not observe. It was broad daylight, so I probably wouldn't observe lights coming on. But there was no indication that there was a power being turned on or turned off.
When you approached the vessel...
this guy's going to be a witness one day. You watch.
Sometimes
I love you guys too. Thank you, Michelle.
There's motion sensor triggers that turn spotlights on some of these boats. Did any of that happen that you recall?
No, nothing. We approached from the stern of the boat and tied up along the starboard side of the boat, and I did not notice any lights come on.
Well, if the boat had been powered down, that might make sense that there's no power to those lights. So who knows what this event was with AIS? Out of coverage might have meant all power off. Who knows what it meant? Right. Maybe the AIS just turned off. We don't know. But the other thing I wanted to ask you about, Jim, when I'm sitting on a boat, I'm usually enjoying the waves of the view. But if I'm sitting up beside a sailboat, I'm usually looking at the rigging because I'm really curious about, how people rig their boats, how many stays, all.
Thank you for 3 months, Miss Felicia. I love this space and I love you, Jay. Thank you, Felicia. I love you too. Thank you for 3 months.
The rest. Was there anything about the rigging that stood out to you? Did you see cameras or spotlights or any kind of stuff that would have just been sort of, oh, that's interesting?
No, the only thing that I observed that approaches that is that I would say that the boat was tricked out for heavy cruising. You had a lot of solar panels on one side, and when you see the sailing boats here in the Sea of Abaco, you can see very quickly a boat that is set up for an easy sail through the Sea of Abaco, a relatively easy sail back to Florida. They don't have a lot of the more external equipment, but this boat was decked out with
love you, Janice.
More preparation for a more serious journey. I'm
really glad that I met you too, Janice. I'll never forget the M&Ms melted on your ass. I'll never forget. Look, Janice. Wasn't it M&Ms? It's probably the plain ones, but hey, it's all the same. Melted chocolate on your ass is melted chocolate on your ass.
I feel like I can remember seeing water bottles or diesel bottles tied onto the deck of the boat. Maybe I'm mistaken there, but that would be a common feature of boats that were rigged up to be a little more heavy duty, and it was certainly rigged that way.
But no feeling like, oh, there are cameras, we better watch our P's and Q's. I can see that we're on camera, or at least these little, what some people call nest or ring cameras set up on the riggings.
Yeah, I did not notice that, but I'll also say I'm not attuned to notice that either.
Well, you're in rescue mode. You shouldn't have been. Right. I mean, honest to God, you're looking for Lynette. You're not looking for what a criminal might be up to. So it can be forgiven. That's absolutely for sure.
A couple of days ago, I was watching some videos, and I watched a video of an expert who says, here's how you tell when somebody is lying. they have a pretty detailed story, and they're good at explaining the details to the story. And if you ask them about the details, they're very insightful. But if you ask them a question adjacent to the story, then it stumps them. And when I saw this video a few days ago, it made me think of us understanding a pretty detailed story of what happened that night. But then when I was on the deck of fire and rescue, literally quizzing him, did she fall out here or was it closer to here? When she fell out, did she swim to this piece of land or that piece of land? And as you know, as I mentioned to you before, he said, I don't know, I'm just so confused. And it made me, when I heard this video, that it made me feel like he was presented with a question that he hadn't worked out his story for.
Yeah, this guy's really disturbed. Raisha, thank you for 3 months. I found you because of Hidden True Crime, but love being here. I love having you here. I absolutely love Jolene, too. Realest of the real that I've ever found here on the tubes. Honest to God.
And so he had to say, he was only able to say, I don't know, because he didn't have that piece of the story worked out. Another thing that makes no sense is I don't recall him ever saying that she swam to the sailboat, but I do believe that he told others that she was swimming to the sailboat. I cannot attest to that. So when I was in this area pointing to the land, it's obvious that she would swim. If she wasn't going to swim back to the dinghy 10 feet away, then the land is so close. Well, why would he think she fell out of the boat? His story is she fell out of the boat. He heard her yell something, and he didn't know what she said. Well, why would he think she was swimming to the sailboat since they didn't have a conversation about it? He would think that she was swimming to the closest point, which was the land. Right. Just another example of, he said she was swimming to the sailboat, but he had no reason to think she was swimming to the sailboat. He didn't talk about it, and the land was close.
Well, let me tell you, the discrepancies in what he's told multiple people, including yourself. One version is, I called out to her and I heard her call back, but I couldn't make out what she was saying. And the other version is, I called out to her, but I never heard from her.
Nope.
And another version is, I didn't know where she was swimming, but yet another version is, she was swimming towards the sailboat. And yet here we are, Jim, you and I, sensible people. And even if you're not a sensible voter, they were 150 yards offshore in a very shallow area. It might have been 5 feet. Swimming a little closer to shore, it might have been 3 feet. And they knew that because they had been in this area back and forth multiple times.
Right. And so, you know, the story is so implausible. To me, it shifts over to, okay, how do we figure out how to think about what could have happened, what really happened? And, you know, I don't know. I understand. I'm sure you're aware of it. I understand secondhand that someone observed a flare coming from the sailboat, but not the dinghy. I understand someone heard a distinctly loud.
Ooh, hear that? Because he said he anchored the dinghy, then shot the flare. But we've got a witness who saw the damn flare on the big boat, the Soulmate.
Loud splash from the area of the sailboat. And I know that person is in contact with authorities. And that, in a sense, that's old news.
Well, it isn't actually. I do want to pull on that thread a little bit. There are people who have spoken to authorities who didn't want to speak publicly. Understand, not everybody wants to be speaking to podcasts or speaking to the media at all. But this is information that you know, that there is a witness who saw a flare and heard a commotion and a splash.
It's actually two different people in the same area, but yes.
Can you explain that you know that there is a witness who saw a flare and heard a commotion and a splash?
Ooh. These people in the Bahamas are not giving up on finding Lynette. Hooker, you going down, you going down, you going down. I think she shot the flare. I think they were fighting and he fucking choked her again.
Information that you know, that there is a witness who saw a flare and heard a commotion and a splash.
It's actually two different people in the same area, but yes.
Can you expound on that a little bit more?
One person saw a flare come from the boat, from the area of the sailboat. A different person in the same group heard the splash.
Ooh.
And they were close enough to be able to hear that?
Yes.
Were they on land or on a boat?
Yes, land.
On land. Was it dark when that happened?
I saw a photograph from approximately, yeah, it was dark when that happened. I was mixing stories.
I have goosebumps. Poor Lynette. Did he drown her or something? Did he hold her under? No, this happened at dark, right? So this dark would have been, I think Ashley said about 8. And then people on land heard a commotion, a flare, and a splash. And then he's missing until 4 a.m. And he winds up on Lubbers, where he says he was cutting his feet. It was so sharp on that coral, but he was really wearing slides. She's got to be on Lubbers. She's got to be on Lubbers, I would think. And you know what dawned on me this morning when I was getting ready? What dawned on me was that Friday when we were talking about this is a domestic violence case. And that Hella's mod came in trolling us. I was like, what the irony of Justice for Magnolia's friend doing that? Anyways, I digress.
Yeah, it was dark when that happened. I was mixing stories. It was dark when that happened.
So I have a report that approximately 8 p.m. was when a group saw the flare, and more than one person saw the flare. Is this a different? Do you recall
No, I think
differently?
that's the same group that we're referring to.
Okay, she may have fallen over when they were fighting. And that's where he's getting part of his story. You know, when killers lie, men like Hooker, when they lie, domestic violence people like Hooker, when they lie, there's partial truths. She just fell off the dinghy, right? She just fell off. I think that it could have been possible there was a struggle, commotion. She fell over. Could he have broken the oar while digging? Right. He would have had to. So that's the thing. You dig and Kulkies. Kulkin, hi. So good to see you. I hope you're doing well. My love to you. All the regs are here. Well, a lot of them. Some of them aren't here. Some of them are. Some of them are lurking. But listen, they said if you dig into the sand deep enough, you hit like limestone, which could break the oar. And it's so good to see you. I love you, Shane.
And did more than one person see the flare, or just one person saw a flare and another person heard the splash?
As it was told to me, one person saw the flare. I never spoke to that person. So that is secondhand information to me. I did speak to another person in that group, and that person told me they heard the splash.
Did they hear any screaming or fighting?
No, that was the only sound that they heard. It was just, and it was extremely loud and distinctive. A big splash into the water.
And that's why they remembered it, because it would be odd at 8 o'clock at night for anyone to be jumping in the water. Did it sound like it was a person going in the water or something like?
Remember, he said his anchor was dragging. Oh, Kelly Kell, thank you for your super chat. She said, I've always wondered if someone did come on at the Soulmate, but Brian said everything was fine and that person could just be anywhere now. That could happen. Marcy, thank you for the $9.99. Thanks for these Monday updates. Love you, lady. Love you too. And just as a reminder, hit the like button. We are live every Monday and Friday at high noon for weekend updates and Friday updates, so you don't miss a thing during the week. And then I find my own little funness to throw in there. Thank you so much, you guys.
Like large equipment going in the water.
She didn't, made no reference to characterizing the sound of the splash other than being a very, very loud splash.
Thanks, Crimes.
Was there any other recollection of that time, that moment right around 8 o'clock at night?
No. No, my understanding was that the splash was a little bit later.
This event, what the witnesses saw, is in the darkness.
Yeah.
Correct, Jim? There's nothing happening in the light.
Right.
But
And
you saw a picture. Sorry, you saw a picture at 7:47 p.m. and I've seen the same one, and it is dead calm. I mean, it is lovely. The weather is beautiful, and there's not a ripple.
That is correct. We must have seen the same photo.
Yeah, and it would be shortly after that.
I wonder if it's really quiet out there too.
More than say 10 minutes later, that the witness saw the flare.
I can't. The flare was the secondhand story, and so to me it was secondhand, and so I really don't have a sharp timing on that.
And even though it's secondhand, did they say the flare went straight up into the sky or laterally along the water, which would make it hard for other people to see it?
It was said to have gone horizontally across the water, or sideways.
Horizontally.
It went horizontally. Hey, Olivia. Flares are meant to be shot in the air. Wow. You guys know what that means, right?
Straight up into the sky or laterally along the water, which would make it hard for other people to see it?
It was said to have gone horizontally across the water, or sideways.
Horizontally.
Son of a bitch.
Well, that makes a lot of sense because we've not been able to figure out how a flare could have been seen by a witness that wasn't seen by all the other houses that look out onto the Sea of Abaco. All of the other boats had anchorage. I mean, flares are a big thing. They signal distress.
Right.
And so if it went laterally, that would be easy to miss.
Yeah. In my understanding, my perception at the time, and I can't remember the qualitative parts of the discussion or conversation, but my sense at the time was that the flare was seen something like 9 to 9:30, but I can't back that up from conversation.
He's saying that possibly 9 to 9:30.
That was my sense of the conversation.
That's in direct competition with another story that says the flare was seen around 8 p.m.
Yeah. And as I say, I'm talking about something that was told to me secondhand that I personally didn't ask a lot of follow-up questions about. So it may be that, so I just don't know.
But the splash was definitely around 8.
No, the splash was definitely later, maybe even past 9:30, because the person I was talking to said that the surroundings had become quiet so that one would have been able to hear a splash. Prior to that, there was more general commotion, just general island life commotion on the land.
Listen to this about the anchor dragging. This is audio of Brian Hooker. Take a listen to this.
Things wrong. Even I think my anchor dragged after I set it out. I'm pretty sure that fucker must have dragged. I couldn't really tell in the chop and stuff because I don't have 10 feet of chain on the end of the anchor. I only have line.
God, he even says that fucker.
Things wrong. Even I think my anchor dragged after I set it out. I'm pretty sure that fucker must have dragged. I couldn't really tell in the chop and stuff because I don't have 10 feet of chain on the end of the anchor. I only have line.
Pretty sure that fucker must have dragged. I couldn't really tell in the chop.
Things wrong. Even I think my anchor dragged after I set it out. I'm pretty sure that fucker must have dragged. I couldn't really tell in the chop and stuff because I don't have 10 feet of chain on the end of the anchor. I only have line. There's just
for
a
your
million
dinghy,
fucking things that...
or for your big boat.
For my...
Now, is your big boat still where it was?
No, I just got that back into the harbor today. Yesterday was Sunday, Easter. everybody got rolling Easter morning, so all the search boats came out.
Okay, so he's telling Blaine about this guy, this volunteer. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he's talking about being with him right now, and he's telling us about being with Hooker. But listen.
And the Coast Guard came out in the afternoon sometime, and everything was rolling. The cops took me, and I showed them where I thought the dinghy was, and the position and everything. Then they took me to the sailboat, and they searched the boat, and that's when I found out they wanted our passports, and that's when I found out that Lynette probably has them, and kind of a bummer for those guys for a minute, but they instead got the information somewhere else, and then they took me on the search and rescue boat and with the fire department, and we went around for hours and hours, and until about, I would say 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. And then we all just we headed in, and I just started it kind of hit me right then that we had covered so much territory. We went miles and miles, and I would say it took me probably basically a dinghy adrift. I was paddling, but with one oar on my knees for the whole time. But it still took me like probably 5 or 6 hours to get 4 miles. So yeah, and that's when I kind of realized, no one had come to look for me, so no one had yet found her, and so and so after that, I was 3 more hours at the cop shop making a statement. And
you hear this shit? Cop shop. No one had come looking for me, so they didn't find her. But look at this right here. Look what he's got on his head, y'all. I wonder if they found his headlamp. Brian Hooker, where's your headlamp? Were you wearing it that night?
When they let me go, the fire department brought me back to my sailboat, but it was too rough to go get the dinghy out of the beach, the little rocky beach where I beached it.
Remember Ashley did the thing about the flashlight moving? Could he have had this thing on his head? Remember we saw the flashlight moving on the boat?
Too rough to go get the dinghy out of the beach, the little rocky beach where I beached it, and so stayed on the boat all night last night. And a couple, I guess the Bahamian police force put the word out on the Facebook groups and stuff. And so people did stop by to ask what they could do, but what the fuck, I mean, when the sun goes down, there's nothing to do or see. And other people were just kind of tourists, I think, but you gotta have the right attitude. So then the fire
You got to have the right attitude. This son of a bitch.
Department brought me my dinghy. They went and got it themselves and towed it back to me at the sailboat. It's about 10 miles from where I'm at now. And then one of them kind of came on board and took the wheel, which was Lynette's job, so I could get the anchor up. And so I'll be spending the next day tomorrow installing a windlass switch for the cockpit, because we have to do both. I'm single-handed now.
So he's got to install something because now he's single-handed. I'm picking up something new every time I listen to this audio. He spoke to Blaine for 45 minutes. Thank you so much for the jewels, Marcy. And everybody that's sending jewels, thank you.
So I'm gonna. My plan is when if these guys give up after Wednesday, I'm going back out. I'm gonna drop the hook and I'm gonna go in super close in my stupid dinghy until I find her around all those islands in this part of the Keys.
Because there's no open ocean channel she would have been swept out into that I'm seeing on maps.
Yeah. There is. They call them cuts. So if you see something that says cut, that is where you can get out into the ocean. And it can be, depending on what the swell on the Atlantic is coming, it can be calm and placid, or will be going against the wind or the tide, and you'll get these short, steep waves, short period steep waves and I've seen boats smooth like a motorboat, and I've seen sailboats just get fucking bent going out, trying to go out at the wrong time. There are some, but go ahead.
What are the depths? Like, where you're anchored?
Where we anchored? I was anchored in 8 feet of water at mean low tide, and at high tide it was about 10 and a quarter. So, other depths were 5 feet at low tide. If you got onto a shoal or something nearby, like that's not really intuitive to it.
Wait, hold on. He's got this is that same. He's got that headlamp on. Look.
5 feet at low tide.
Oh, maybe he doesn't in this one.
If you got onto a shoal or something nearby, like that's not really intuitive to a swimmer, especially at night. You can't,
Yeah, I know. My thought is
I wonder if he wore that headlamp all the time. Oh, I know. He doesn't even sound upset.
there's an island that, there's a dozen of those little sandbar islands that she could be standing on right now.
That's what I'm looking for.
No, you're not.
Just please take what I said about.
He says that's what I'm looking for, No, you're not.
She could be standing on right now.
That's what I'm looking for. But just please take what I said about the cascade of failures. From having your own experience, I can't believe that happened to you with all those people on that awesome dinghy. Was it the good dinghy or the shitty dinghy?
It was the shitty dinghy, but it was every calamity I could have done wrong in one night.
I
know. He's so full of shit.
But it's the Bahamas. There's 1,000,001 little tiny islands to search.
Why are you on the phone with me?
Right. All you got is floaty. All you got to do is stay afloat. That's all I want for her is to have stayed afloat and got somewhere.
She had her bag. If she had her bag, she's got to float.
Yeah.
I've been kept afloat by a dry bag numerous times.
Like a backpack one.
Now, was hers like
That's what I'm looking
the
for.
little one or one of the big ones?
There he is with that freaking headlamp on again. Look. I bet you that's what that flashlight was. He had that damn headlamp on. I wonder if they found it.
Now, was hers like
That's what I'm looking
the
for.
little one or one of the big ones?
Oh, I think it was the 5 liter or something, whatever. 10. Yeah, it was like one of the ones you would buy. She bought it in Key West at one of the shops, so it's that size, And anything bigger would be too big for anyone to carry, so I guess. But
Right. The standard dry bag.
yeah, it is the standard dry bag. I'm looking at mine right now, which I never had before. When she went over, she also took the house keys. When the cops were here, I had to break into my own boat. Yeah.
Look, he's even
I
got
had
it
my
on
phone with me. It
Hell
had
to
20%.
the- Dude even wears it during the day. That's definitely what it was. I don't know. I'm going to go back to Ashley's podcast about that light. I'm going to pull it up right now.
Charge. No SIM. No SIM card for the Bahamas. I just wasn't prepared. Like I should have been prepared. That was this is what comes of that. So I gotta get her back, and we'll fix all those things. But one thing I did not know is that until my daughter called me today is that this is on the national news, and it's just fucked up. And Inside Edition tried to call me, and I don't. So yeah. Oh, what's so a big thing here? I don't know if it's true where you guys are at, but everybody in Bahamas uses WhatsApp, and I didn't have the ability to text any Bahamas.
Okay, now he's going to go into the texting lies. Okay, let's switch gears and let's revisit this light situation real quick.
Hey. happening on board Soulmate. Way after Brian should be drifting across the Sea of Abaco to the place where he was marooned in a hailstorm. And so what's super interesting is that he said he began floating across the Sea of Abaco in the dark. Couldn't see her anymore. It was dark. Well, that's 8 o'clock at night. So your timeline doesn't work here. But nonetheless, he says he's floating across the Sea of Abaco. And he gets to Lubber's quarters. That's where Dean Zomzil's camera is. He's got a house facing to where...
Oh, it's all coming together. Okay, so the camera... this is all coming together.
Soulmate and where all this business would have been going on. And he's trying to get to Lubbers with the one oar that he has left. With the other one, broke the pin and I lost it. Well, that's never been found. But could not get to the north shore of Lubbers. So then he threw an anchor down. He threw an anchor down on the north end of Lubbers. Well, it's like just a couple feet. It's like, super duper shallow. The locals have reported to me there's a huge reef all the way around the north shore of Lubbers. So you could get out and stand. Yeah, you could get out and stand. When you threw your anchor overboard, it would have gone kerplunk, gunk.
Wow.
That's kind of what it sounds like. Kerplunk is breaking the water and then gunk hitting the bottom.
Unbelievable, Hooker.
Basically, it only took 5 feet of rope out with it. I can get out.
Okay, let's skip forward a little bit.
He was acquitted of choking his 12-year-old daughter, but witnesses went up on the stand and swore under oath. He put his hands on my sister, the 12-year-old daughter he's got, and choked her. Lots of reports from family members of Lynette being choked out by Brian as well. Photographs she's taken of her back all bruised. She sent them to her friends contemporaneously saying,
hang on.
Oof, my back hurts. It's where I got pinned when this episode happened.
Where is that? Oh, here it is. Okay, here's the light.
Would be where Soulmate is supposed to be anchored. That's our estimation. And as we play this, I want you to watch very carefully what's coming in from the left-hand side of the pink dot, because it appears that a flashlight is kind of swinging around, looking like swinging around, and then what? The light on board, what we think is Soulmate, goes on. The automated light? Don't know, but the flashlight really fires right into Dean's camera and then kind of stays lit. And Soulmate's light, if it's Soulmate, stays lit. That triggered spotlight on the back riggings. So now we've got, perhaps the rigging light and the lower light being maybe a dinghy light. And what you're going to see is the Soulmate light. It might actually go off in a moment. Just watch. And is that because someone from the dinghy got up on board and then shut it off? Because it goes off, but the dinghy light stays on. What is fascinating is as you continue to watch this, the dinghy light's going to go off soon. If, again, this is the dinghy and Soulmate. But just so you know, all those other lights everywhere, those are other boats, and they're also lights on land that are high up. Those are lights on Elbow Key. But again, you see the dinghy light go off right around the pink dot, which is where we marked Soulmate. Is it Soulmate? And if it is, what the actual fuck is going on with these lights? And a dinghy, potentially, or a smaller boat with a flashlight.
What do you guys think? Do you guys think that could be the damn flashlight?
Just so you know, all those other lights everywhere, those are other boats, and they're also lights on land that are high up. Those are lights on Elbow Key. But again, you see the dinghy light go off right around the pink dot, which is where we marked Soulmate. Is it Soulmate? And if it is, what the actual fuck is going on?
Right. Exactly. Holy shit, Brian Hooker, you're screwed. Okay, so we're going to close that. And we're going to go back to, hold on a second. This, I wanted to show you this really quick. To show you how quickly not only people will help, but, and not how, how far Blaine will go to prove, Hooker, you're a freaking liar. He went out. This is the friend Blaine. He took it out. and he took it out with one paddle to see if he could paddle back. Okay, bless his heart. So he goes out there, and here he is. He's coming back in, and there's people yelling, "You okay? You all right?" Here we go. Watch this really quick. And he's doing this in 20 knot winds. Bless his heart, man.
I'm all good, thank you. I'm demonstrating.
Those people are probably like, demonstrating what? He's funny. I like him a lot. What a good-hearted man.
I'm all good, thank you.
But see, if you're struggling like that, someone is going to ask if you need help. They're not just going to keep going. He's like, I'm demonstrating.
I'm demonstrating.
Was it fun? No. Did 3 boats come out and stare at me? Yes. Is the wind in the 20s? Yes.
He's so funny.
Make of that what you will.
He's did 3 boats. Watch what he says. I love it. Was it fun? No.
Was it fun? No. Did 3 boats come out and stare at me? Yes.
Did 3 boats come out and stare at me? Yeah. Brian Hooker, are you full of shit? Yes.
Is the wind in the 20s? Yes. Make of that what you will.
I love him too. He's great. Hey Beans, good to see you. People are he's getting trolled probably by Brian. Okay, let's go back now to his story because, and I don't want to call him, but Jim Todd of Hopetown Volunteer Fire and Rescue. So we know now that, wait, hold on, let me close these out so we can get some space here. Okay, so we know now that Hooker totally lied. We saw the light on Brian's head. We kind of figured that out. Here we go.
So the splash was after 9:30 when things had become more quiet and the splash would be easier to hear.
Yes.
Wow, that is a lot of information to process. Just super alarming, but also fitting into a puzzle that, that we've been working out. And that puzzle increasingly does not fit Brian Hooker's story.
Right. Yeah. And this goes to me, this goes so many data points there. The story is so implausible. Now it's trying to triangulate on what really did happen. And so if a flare was shot in sometime after 8 o'clock and if there was a distinctly loud splash sometime later than 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30, then those are extremely compelling data points in what might have actually taken place.
Yeah. Was there anything else that those witnesses said adjacent to these reports of the flare and the splash? And no fighting, no loud noises, nothing else that sort of just was an interesting data point?
No, that's really 100% of what was said. I've heard unrelated to these conversations that I have had. I've heard, really, I would almost classify it as idle conversation or idle chat that, oh, someone said they saw people on the boat. But it was so idle chat and so far removed from a source, it could be true, but I don't think that I was at all close to who actually may have observed that. And more specifically, the people that I'm talking about right now made no comments remotely related to that. It was only a flare from the sailboat and a very loud splash.
Because it was also dark. It would be hard to see anybody on the boat at that point.
It would have been dark.
However, listen, game over. If anybody made it back to the soulmate boat and got up on board, game over. We already know Brian's story isn't true. It's just a matter of proving it with empirical and hard facts and evidence. But I'll tell you that this boat next door, Azura, this has been such a mystery. Has anyone on the island talked about Azura? Has anybody been able to find Azura to their knowledge?
I've seen it posted on a local Facebook page here to try and pass the word, but I've not heard any conversation about it.
Yeah, we can't find Azura anywhere. We found a lot of.
So Azura is a boat that was docked by them that may have seen something. When is he going to the clinker? I don't know. I guess it depends on the investigation, but I feel like he will be arrested at some point. Let's see. 55% of you are new. Let's do a quick poll before we wrap up the Hooker situation and go to our special treat of this Monday. Welcome in, Julie Martino. Do you think Brian Hooker will be arrested? Yes or no? No, he's definitely not embellishing at all. Right. Well, I don't know. We don't know if the soulmate left because it went off radar, right, Cindy Lou? So did he go out into the ocean and then come back? Because he talked about those cuts.
A lot of Azuras. We've even knocked on the hull of a few Azuras that, had already traveled down to the Virgin Islands, and they were quite surprised to hear people looking for them, but they weren't the right Azura. Right. Azura means light blue in Italian, I believe, and so anybody who's got the faintest light blue hull likes the name Azura for their boat, and so it's made it very hard for the Coast Guard and for people like us to find those neighbors to see if they heard or saw anything.
Right. As I recall, there were not a lot of boats in that anchorage from where Soulmate was south toward Tahiti Beach. Sometimes that area really gets filled up with a lot of boats, and as I recall, there were not, it was, as far as the season goes, it was kind of light for the season on that day.
Do you recall as you were pulling up that next morning on Easter morning, if there was a neighbor close by?
My memory is that there was no boat I'm pretty confident there was no boat to the north of Soulmate, and the next boat to the south I would not describe as particularly close.
That's interesting because Azura was north. From the photographs that we've seen, right off of Burl Ives' old home, which is right there on the shore. Right. Azura was parked right in front of there, and you're saying you don't recall any keelboat like Azura parked right there in front of Burl Ives' home.
Yeah, that's right. And I thought about that, how that could, how the puzzle pieces could go together. And sailors wake up early, these kind of sailboat cruisers, and there could have been a sailboat north of Soulmate, and they could have just, per their own sail plan, they could have just left early and were gone by the time we got there at 7:45.
Or they could have left the evening before for a different anchorage. Yeah. Just hard to know, when that neighbor was there. Jim, you have just been such a wealth of information, and you've been so helpful right since day one. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. You're a saint. Thank you for everything that you've done for Lynette Hooker. We are a community now, bonded forever. You, me, and everybody else watching. Yeah. We all want justice for this mom.
Darlene and Carly. Darlene called me about a week ago, and you can just imagine she's trying to get some sort of
Wow, he's talking to Lynette's mom, you guys. He said Darlene called him. Yeah, he's feeling it, man. He's feeling it.
Certainly all the obvious things of clarity and resolution, but she's so far away from clarity and resolution. She's just trying to get some texture to grab onto, because she's drifting. I can only imagine. She's in a house up in Michigan somewhere, and she has all of the long daylight hours with very little information, new information, so she constantly only has old information. So she and I had a very positive conversation, and yeah, it just really makes you feel for the real people of the story of Darlene and Carly, and it's probably not appropriate for me to repeat it, but Darlene, so use your judgment, Ashley, but Darlene said the last time Lynette was with Darlene said to me, I told her not to go back, he was going to kill her. And, you know, that's the place where Darlene...
Wow. Even in the interviews, her mom hasn't said that publicly. Listen to that again. Darlene said to me, I told her not to go back, he was going to kill her. And, you know, that's the place where Darlene is. And she had done everything she knew how to do to get Lynette to change course. And for a million complex reasons, that didn't happen. And now Darlene is trying to get something to grab onto, knowing that she had done virtually everything she could.
She did. She did do everything she possibly could. She even spoke with, battered women's shelters for advice about how to get her daughter to reconsider returning back to Brian, which she had done many times, and had a ticket March 11th to leave him again. Yeah. And I just so wish she had used that ticket, and she would have been there for Mother's Day.
And anybody who's engaged with these kinds of dynamics knows that it's so difficult for a woman in those circumstances, to be able to pull away. And there's so many layers of...
no one knows. No one knows the shoes they wear.
Right. The mental handcuffs, the mental chains are so overwhelming. And obviously it was just so tragic in this regard. But to the extent that it makes a difference, as I've said, there are so many people who feel compassion toward Lynette and toward Darlene and Carly, that to the extent that people are able to help, they want to help and feel a connection.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for everything you've done, and I know that we're going to speak again.
Okay.
Thank you, Jim.
Take care. Thank you.
So there you have it. My extraordinary thanks to Jim Todd. So much clarity, so much new information that just proves Brian Hooker is lying. So what else are you lying about, Brian? Where's Lynette? Tick fucking tock. Oh, buddy. If you know anything, I ask all the time.
Damn.
DropDeadSerious@gmail.com. If you have any information you can add to what you've learned.
I did not expect that. Hello, Criminal Network. I want to give a shout out right now to Criminal Network. Because Criminal Network, I'm sure you guys saw publicly, we had like this fucking public argument. He called me names. I hollered back, right? The first person ever, and I shit you not, it's bringing tears to my eyes, actually. The first person ever to publicly apologize to me in the online, in the online world, in the almost 9 years I've been doing this shit. The first one to apologize publicly on X in a post. I have so much respect for that. And I thank you for that. No one's ever done that. You didn't have to do that. So thank you. And good to see you, Alex. Poopy pants? Yeah, something like that. I just think that's pretty cool, man. He apologized, and I got to give him credit for that. You're welcome. Thank you, Alex. I appreciate that a lot. I really do. Just don't me. I always had a soft spot for that motherfucker. I don't know what it is. I guess we can go over to Nancy's again. Everybody will be happy about that. We can also go to the liquor store. I got to put that back on there. It is. It's cool. It's cool. And that shows character. So anyways, let's listen to Ashley.
Learn tonight on this episode. Drop Dead Serious.
She said, I want to hear it again.
Hooker is lying. So what else are you lying about, Brian? Where's Lynette? Tick fucking tock, buddy.
That's awesome. Okay, so Criminal Network, I hope you'll stick around for my little treat for people that are newer. So I know I want to go to the liquor store too. Let me put it back on there. Hold on. And Austin, I don't know why it says way, but way, way back to you. Way back to you. Dude, life's too short to hold on to grudges. It ain't worth it. It just ain't worth it. So let's get back to Nancy's because it's just too fun. All right, liquor store. We'll do that one first. Because I actually miss it in my ear. Let's see.
Oh my God.
We have like a membership or something come through. Thank you. Fuck, I got to do this offline because I got to scroll through all these sound bites. Unless you guys just want to be patient for a second. I guess I can play the video while I do this. Duh. If you hear random sound bites, it's because I'm in the background playing around trying to find these. 25 months, there's the real Kels. Thank you, Kels. I love you, girl. Tick fucking talk, Brian Hooker. Thank you. All right, you guys. So I wanted to celebrate because a lot of you guys are newer within the last year. 60% of you that are here today. And Incognito Potato, she's not here a lot. She works a lot, but she has been here for a very long time. When I hit 100K, she and the other moderators got together, put these clips together and shit. And I just want to show you like kind of the history of my channel because I always tell you guys, go back. You know, if you're questioning someone's validity, hit their oldest video and see what it is. I love Potato too. She's a sweetheart. Jamie, I will check today. So I'm going to show you a little history of my channel. It's a fun video. I hope you guys get a kick out of it. And I want to thank Alex again for being here. I really appreciate that. All right. So let's roll the beautiful bean footage. I hope you guys enjoy it. It really shows you the culture of my channel over the years. And it shows you just who I am and that I really am just who you see every day. And I hope this is a testament to the new subscribers who will, hopefully stick around for God knows how many more years of this-ish. So thank you again to Potato for putting this together, and I hope you guys enjoy it. I guess we should start at the beginning. Here we go.
Getting ready to just have a showdown. You understand
Right.
me? He'll be coming around the mountain when he comes. He'll be coming to see Brian Anton. He'll be coming to see Brian Anton. He'll be coming to see Brian Anton when he comes.
Alexa, turn it down.
What's going on, everybody?
Good morning, sunshine. We are live. Good evening. Happy Friday. Hey, is anybody with me? Is anybody with me right now? I'm doing a test stream to test my stream settings to make sure everything's good. Is there sound now? Hi, welcome to J is for Justice. I am Jay. Welcome to my channel. I swear to God, I'm gonna get things that don't have mute buttons because I'm terrible. I'm so sorry. Well, hot damn.
My OG channel's back.
Good luck. Because I'm pretty determined.
Roberta.
Hey, Roberters. Happy hump day. Welcome to Jay is for Justice. My name is Jay. I'm your host, and I don't have my headphones on. I go upstairs, and peace on the floor. I don't know how well you can see that. They're chewed to bits. Chewed to bits. So we're gonna do. We're going down Beach Creek Road.
Oh my
This
God,
is what it would be like if we were all in.
Oh my God, I sound like freaking Trisha. Stop it.
Two bits. So we're gonna do. We're going down Beach Creek Road. This is what it would be like if we were all in a car together, and Jay's driving. Try not to get car sick. Don't go down Beach Creek after dark. Is that what they say? Oh, snap.
It's like, what?
Yeah, I've never heard that either. I mean, why would anybody want them to do that?
You have to stand down.
Oh my God, what happened? Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Did you lose me?
No, we just seen it fall.
Oh, my screen went like blurry, and then I heard, JB, we've got to stand down. I was like, what? Where's JB? And is he sabotaging me, my live?
We didn't hear that.
No. You didn't hear that?
No.
Thank you, Shell. It was Shell's super chat. It said, JB, we need to stand down. She says, who's Watts? LOL. I know. First of all, I'm wearing my present. So Shell got me this. Check this out, guys. This is like the coolest. I'm like Grady Judd's #1 fan. Watch. Check it. It says, just chill out. And he's got 7-Up and his moon pies. I am officially Grady's biggest fan.
John?
Huh? Yes.
Does that sound about right?
Well, not completely, you know. I mean, it's always there. It's watching. It's been watching me for years. Every time I turn on the fucking computer, it's there looking at me.
Okay. Hurry it up.
Roberta. Chris and Roberta, do you want them to go to Walmart and hang up a sign? Tampa.
Was she in Tampa?
This is the best.
Did you see him stomp down to keep his mailbox steady?
Do you think you'll...
Oh, I added some tunes.
This was the best song. The cameraman. Look at the cameraman over here. He had cameras on all sides and across the street. This is Brian Laundrie's dad.
To
eventually just said fuck it and didn't even finish. The mowing sound.
I can't believe how long this went on, you guys. And we just all sat watching him. Don't stall it out, Chris.
We have
Olive
fun.
Juice.
Look. Look at it.
What is going? Oh, I know what it was. It wasn't porn. I was I remember what it was now. I was trying to play Paparazzi by Lady Gaga, and it was like her having sex in the beginning, and that was what that noise was. I played the official video, is what happened. You guys crack me up. Then I muted it, I think, because I was freaking. I was like, what? Where did that come from? I think I figured it out.
So the very beginning of Lady Gaga's video, I was trying to play the song Paparazzi. And the very beginning of it is like moaning and groaning. I wasn't showing the video. And everybody was like, what the hell is going on? Why do I hear porn? So that's what that was all about. It was pretty funny.
I owe you and will make it up to you this Christmas, you'll see, with a winky face. What does the Culks have in store for me?
Culkin!
Thank you so much, Shane.
That's Shane Culkin. Shout out. And this is a long time ago.
What does the Culks have in store for me for Christmas? Thank you so much, Shane. Carrie, thank you. You're my favorite, Roberta Lee.
Oh my God, there's an ashtray right there. There's an ashtray with a doobie in it right there. You guys probably wouldn't even have noticed that. Look, I don't give a fuck. That is some funny shit right there. I would have been mortified had I known. Oops. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. Hold on. Okay, back to the little joint in the ashtray.
I owe you and will make it up to you this Christmas, you'll see, with a winky face.
Oh, Lord.
What does the Culks have in store for me for Christmas? Thank you so much, Shane. Carrie, thank you. You're my favorite, Roberta Lee. Roberta. They're all going to laugh at you, Roberta. They're all going to laugh at you. They're all going to laugh at you. Literally, I said shell, didn't I? Oh, my God. I thought I should said shell. I said snow, shell. Oh, my gosh.
Roberta.
Roberta.
I don't know.
I have no excuse, Shell. Shell is the mod boss up in chat. I know it's not the frame. It's two stools. It's two stools scissoring. I know exactly what it is. The stools are scissoring.
I forgot
about that. And they're wedged in the door. And the other side is wedged against the stove. Well, I don't know how else to say that I do know what they're doing. They're scissoring stools and they're wedged in front of the door.
City where it's an everyday occurrence. So something like this is just sort of rare, doesn't happen often, so people aren't used to it. It's really odd because, I don't know, I've never been this close to any sort of other...
Wait, why did that guy just disappear?
Watch this. Watch this.
What kind of video editing is this, Fox?
Watch.
Did you guys see that guy? Oh my God, this is the funniest shit.
Watch
that
this.
dude just disappeared like a ghost.
Watch this,
Look.
guys.
Where did he go? What the hell? Watch.
Aren't used to it. It's really odd because...
It's not even an edit. Santa's going to let you know if you're on the naughty or nice list. So you're going to find out today on Jay is for Justice if you're getting a present or if you're getting coal. So test Santa. I dare you. Test him.
Time to start
Still warm,
the
Joe?
old car.
Oh,
It's
Lord.
been a while since this engine started. Let's see if it starts. V.
Oh my God, what if that was...
And it turned into just a crazy house. The moment she showed up in my house, just the weirdest crap started happening. Lights turning on and off. Said,
This is Kevin Frankie. I'm listening to Kevin Frankie talk about his experience. Listen.
just the weirdest crap started happening. Lights turning on and off. Said sounds of people walking in walls and like sounds like footprints going up walls and across the ceiling and like
What?
stuff floating around and it was just
what?
It was weird and I hated it. We would go up and check on her. It started like every 4 hours at night, and then it moved every 2 hours at night, then it moved every hour at night, and then at some point Ruby said, you know what, I'm just going to start sleeping in there. And if I need you, I'll come down and get you.
Oh my God! She said, I'm just gonna start sleeping in there. If I need you, I'll come get you. Don't come in here because I'm in here with Jody.
There's a lot of cooters. They're like a gang of they're a gang of cooters, and there's some that are like imposters and they're mean, but they came in one night. They were totally hilarious, and they're like, we're the real cooters, you know. And then there's some cooters that come in that are just raunchy.
I gotta zoom in a little bit because look at her nail beds. Jody. She has like toenails on her hands. Yikes. That is creepy. Creepy.
Going on in that home or what went on up north that brought them into
You got the belt. But he just told us with his own lips, his own Play-Doh lips. He said, LOL. Mike C, what are you talking about? Einstein, Jay, Jay, what made your choice? On a pipe? When it was, it's already there, Jammers, and she didn't even hear me. She stepped away, I think.
Jammers! What?
No.
What, me?
That's just the visual with the eater.
There's no jammer.
Okay, back to seriousness. Opinion Einstein says, Jay, what made your choice?
Okay, it is what it is. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in. Oh, whoops. Yep, you're right. Juror 23. I knew that.
That's from
What's up, Timmy? You want some raisins?
Wait, that's from the Letitia Stout case. And that judge was one of our favorite judges. And she's going to have a new trial as well.
Let's go ahead and bring the jury in. Oh, whoops. Yep, you're right. Juror 23. I knew that.
What's up, Timmy? You want some raisins? Do you want some raisins, Mr. Timmy?
Who's Timmy?
Oh, I forgot. We have a new soundbite.
Babies with them high top white shoes on, with the real hard bottom.
We still have that. Can we get some diapers in the chat for the baby, for the man babies? Oh my God.
Little babies with them high top white shoes on, with the real hard bottom when they about to.
The shoes, yeah, the shoes.
If you know, you know.
It's like a meat locker in my chamber.
So let's listen to her plea where it's like watching Chewbacca make a plea because all you can see is her hair. terror. Okay, here we go.
I like how this is close to the back of her head too.
Really hope I
We might be able to see bugs if we look close.
a sincere apology from everyone who has made.
All right, I'm going off cam for this one. This always makes me cry.
guys are the most reliable, best community I've ever seen. And I've been to some other chats. And let me tell you, you guys by far are the most amazeballs. I can't even stand it.
Have a wonderful day. I'll talk to you guys soon. Peace.
I hope you guys enjoyed that. Way too many faces, though, man. It gets me every time. But,
you know, the proof is in the pudding, if you will.
Don't listen what you hear on these streets. The proof is in the pudding. Thank you guys all for joining me on this Monday and sticking around. I hope you enjoyed this Monday update. We are here Monday and Friday, 12:30 Eastern Standard Time. Weekend updates and Friday updates. So, all right, guys, we're going to run our credits. Thank you guys for all the support. Thank you, moderators, for all that you do. And make sure that you're subscribed up to Every Day with Jay. I'll be live on there later on this evening. And let's see the results. Hooker, you're screwed. 93% of you. 7% said no with 131 votes. Thank you guys all. Again, you guys are amazing. I couldn't do this without you. And that's it. That's all, folks. I'll see you guys here on J4J on Friday. Unless something breaks, then I will be live. So make sure you have your notifications set to all. And I will see you guys in the next one. So much for watching. If you enjoyed this live stream or video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on my latest content. Want to take it a step further? Bring it all in. And join our community clickers by becoming a Patreon or a YouTube member. You'll get exclusive access to our Discord server, special channel perks, and much more. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
Click. It's real easy, man.